From the pool hall or any shopping mall, we're going crazy as a loon. Tell me where you wanna go. Well, there's no sorrow, there's no snow. Pack your suitcase, slide, we're gonna leave tonight. Cause I think I might just know. Oh, if I lose it, I wanna move it down to the Keys. Baby, out of home, not for me. Don't need no jacket. If you can't hack it, you better come with me down to the Keys. There's a place down by the beach where you can buy a peach. Hear any Buffett tune if it's afternoon and you promise not to preach. There's a bar down by the pier where lots of buy my beer, and I could pay my tab with a gift to get while the tourists shuffle through. Oh, if I lose it, I wanna move it down to the Keys. Baby, Idaho's not for me. Don't need no jacket. If you can't hack it, you better come with me down to the Keys, down to the Keys. All right. Oh yeah. Well, Mr. Gold, don't lie when the tide is high. We'll be swallowed by the sea. Gonna float on down to the promised land where the hellcat will be free. Oh, if I lose it, I wanna move it down to the Keys. Baby, Idaho's not for me. Don't need no jacket. If you can't hack it, you better come with me down to the Keys. Say, oh, if I lose it, I wanna move it down to the Keys. Baby, Idaho's not for me. Don't need no jacket. If you can't hack it, you better come with me down to the Keys, down to the Keys. Oh, oh.
KUAM FM Hagaya, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
Can't count the times I wanna say what's on my mind, but I did it. Just the other day, I wrote down all the things I said, but I couldn't. I just couldn't. Baby, I know that you've been wondering. Oh, so here goes nothing. In case you didn't know, baby, I'm crazy about you. I would be lying if I said that I could live my life without you. Even though I don't tell you all the time, you had my heart a long, long time ago. In case you didn't know, in case you didn't know, the way you look tonight, that second glass of wine got me thinking. There's something about the kiss, boy, you didn't mean it. Got me thinking, I'm thinking. I'm crazy about you. I would be lying if I said that I could live my life without you. You know, I don't tell you all the time. You had my heart a long, long time ago. In case you didn't know, you got all of me, and I belong to you. You're my everything. In case you didn't know, baby, I'm crazy about you. I would be lying if I said that I could live my life without you. 'Cause even though I don't tell you all the time, you had my heart a long, long time ago. In case you didn't know, ooh, in case you didn't know, in case you didn't know, ooh, in case you didn't know.
Stay connected through The Link each morning on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Jauh gui pitodu ipa selten meg. Ett så ite saluda antes Dio hum niga. Radzauds and malak estrezas durante todo em memu. A no distancia como kupugi palu zangiman malak guafi ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau esta pagua pumalalapa giluk tanu man libri sentamiti man ko badi.
Fanogi chamoru puritanota kantai matunonya gitoru iluga Paraiona Parai gloria abiba islas en Paraiona, Parai gloria, abiba islas el para. Toru y tempo y paz, paraíta, zangin na bendition. Contra perigo na vansa fuam Deus proteis langom Contra perigo na vansa fuam Deus proteis langom.
a hot summer day and we all kicking back, sipping on a cold one. Now what you think about that? That's life. Here on this island paradise, yo, I'm going back soon, but I might think twice, cause that city life is way too fast, yo. I'd rather stay in Guam because this life is bad. Sand beaches, surrounded by my nature. No need to worry about these player haters and my culture. I got love for my people, still rapping Guam, staying true to my chat loose. Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining. Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining.
I come representing Guam, USA. Raised on a hill in the Ville by the bay. Y to the O and to the Izzy. Me Scoop Dog on the mic getting busy. Y'all know this pot. Cruising the day, then park to Spock after dark in the village. Jordan is where you'll find me. Or down in Naval Man, who my now's right beside me. We just chillin', cause that's the way we do. Call the Chelus, tell them we gon' barbecue. The crew rolling by tonight. We got Sim on the left and YD to the right.
Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining. Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining. I gotta get some brew cause I just got paid. Put up the canopy to get some shade so we could kick back like it was nothing at all. While my primos and my homies playing basketball. The day is going smooth the way I thought it would be. Me and my family by the coconut tree, relaxed, waiting for the food to be done. My nephew's calling me to play one-on-one. I said, wait, boy, I have to make the tanak. And once I get finished, I cook the tatagat so we can chow down like we never did. Call everybody, especially the kids, just kicking back in the village. All the years I played around with the family. We're just kicking back on the island. Memories we're talking about with just you and me.
Oh, yeah. We're here in the beautiful island of Guam, sitting down in the wonderful village of Humane. It's a beautiful day today. Sun shining bright, shimmering along the bay. Family, children laughing around. That's how we do it down here on my island.
Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining. Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining.
Good morning, Juan. Right on. Morning, Bree.
Good morning.
Good morning, Jason Solis.
Good morning.
Good morning, my dear people of Guam and everyone else too who's watching.
And good morning to Joe, sir, who had to sprint outside
Yep.
to catch a sunrise.
Joe, sir, it's like a weird sunrise. It's a little muted, right? It's like there's a filter thrown on there.
Yeah, man. The rain this morning, actually at 2 a.m., woke me up. It was coming down hard.
How hard was it precipitating, my friend?
I mean, if you were living in like one of those wooden tin homes, man, you ever hear Guam raindrops on corrugated aluminum?
Yeah.
It sounds like like somebody's running an automatic machine gun or something.
One of my favorite sounds ever.
Sounds soothing.
It is, right? You know they have that, what is that app, Jay, the one where you fall asleep? Calm or whatever?
Oh, yeah, or
They should-
ASMR.
yeah, that should be one of the sounds on there, is the rain on a tin roof.
Yeah,
I don't know where you live. That
I
sounds
don't think it sounds
that sounds like New Year's Eve with a tin roof. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. I learned something interesting this morning.
Wow. I'm so excited. What did
So-
you learn?
And there is a local tie into this, right? So
Mhm.
so just to set it up, right? So this morning I was on Snapchat, and it said like celebrities who are related.
I like this story.
And I mean, I've known that Nicolas Cage.
Any story that starts with Jason Solis saying, "Yes, this morning I was on Snapchat."
I was on Snapchat. So I've known that Nicolas Cage is the nephew of Francis Ford Coppola, the guy who directed Godfather and Bram
Right.
Stoker's Dracula.
Right.
Did you guys know, Bree, did you know that Brandy and Snoop Dogg are first cousins?
What?
No, I didn't.
Get
Yeah.
out of here.
They're actually
And, I like the way you like ask me and not like Chris, who's the music guy.
Well, because you like Brandy.
and then Jenny McCarthy and who's that comedian? The Melissa McCarthy. They're cousins as well.
Whoa.
I would say that I like Snoop Dogg before I like Brandy.
Yeah, yeah. Brandy's got like one. I think she's a little overrated.
Wow.
What
Yes.
songs does she sing?
You were not a Moesha fan then. I mean,
She sang "The Boy Is
Boy Is
Mine,"
Mine,
yeah.
but that was also
What was
with-
her other big one? Yeah, see, that's what I mean. You're overrated. If we're sitting here like, oh, there are other big ones.
And
then
technically,
it's,
Brandy, that was a duet with Monica.
Yeah. I always thought it was like, I mean, I don't know why I felt like I had to pick Brandy or Aaliyah, and it's like, and when you put it that way, okay, Aaliyah.
Aaliyah.
Aaliyah, yeah,
Aaliyah.
all the way.
Okay, so that got me thinking though. Who of significance are you guys related to? Because we all know Chris's kids are so proud and like, yeah, my dad's Malfunction and my dad's Chris Barnett and everything. But who are you guys related to? Either like on island, that's
John Fernandez is my second cousin.
You're related to the superintendent.
Yeah, yeah.
Nice. Bree and I are second cousins.
Second, really?
Yeah.
What? So how is that, Jay? Because I'm curious. What's your definition of second cousins?
Well, because my family's Salas and Camacho from Agania Heights. Her
Yeah.
family is Salas and Abalon from
Yeah, but how are you
Agate.
second cousins?
our dad's side.
So how?
My dad is distantly related. I mean, second
So that's not second cousins then. Oh my God.
second or even further. I-
Second cousins is like, for example, with the case of Superintendent John Fernandez, his mom and my mom are first cousins, and his grandma and my grandpa are brother and sister. So
Hmm.
that's second cousin.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. See, so it goes like the next generation.
And then
so,
Bree, we know like you're unofficially.
so in other words, you're not second cousins with Bree.
Oh, okay. Somewhere down. I mean, we're both Salas, so. And Salas family is not like ginormous, like the Muñoz or the Santos.
Hi, Bree. Hey, Bree, how you doing over there?
I'm okay.
And
Right on.
are you directly related to Jesse Bice? Because I know your families grew up together.
Oh no, my mom, maybe, I don't know. My mom used to manage his band before they were the Casuals.
Mm-hmm.
What did she say? Manifestation of One. So some group down in Agate. And,
But there's also that
she's their
respect thing where you
manager.
just say like, oh, it's Uncle Jesse or stuff like that.
Hey, you know what they
Yeah,
say? We're
I've
all
known
related.
him. Yeah, I've known him since I was a little kid, and when the Casuals used to travel to perform like in
That's cool.
California.
Every time Bree would see him when she was growing up, she'd be like, "Nyot, nyota, nyot, nyota."
So you're related to You're related to
How was
Superintendent.
that, Bree? That's pretty good, right?
You're related to
That's
Superintendent
good.
John
Yeah.
Fernandez. You are also a Tenorio, which makes you related to the Lieutenant Governor.
No, I'm not. Which one, Josh?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. Somehow, any politician's last name's Tenorio is constantly trying to prove to me that we're related so they can get a pass. That's what it is, right? Tenorio's like, "Hey, Primo, hey."
Well,
Was that mean? mean.
Well, I am also the nephew of former Asan Maina Mayor Frankie Salas.
That's right.
Yeah, when we had him on, and also from my mom's side, this is gonna blow your guys' mind. Remember, you guys know that book? It's like it's an anti-slavery book written by abolitionist author Harriet Beecher Stowe, Uncle Tom's Cabin.
Yeah.
You've probably seen it like a bestseller or something like that. That's my great aunt.
Wow, that's crazy.
Harriet Beecher Stowe is my mom's very like distant.
So
aunt,
your
but
mom is from Connecticut?
Connecticut.
Right,
Yeah.
okay. So they were of the North
Yeah.
during the Civil War.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
But that's actually like I am related to Harriet Beecher Stowe. So like every time I went to like the bestseller, and they would always have like multiple copies of Uncle Tom's Cabin there, and I would tell like Bree and Marie, I was like, "That's my aunt," and you're like, "Yeah, whatever."
Dude, this is the first time I've heard of that.
No, I would always tell you, but you'd always go, "Okay."
No.
See,
I
if Bree
don't
knew that was your aunt, she
recall.
would have been like, "Hey, give me an autographed
Yeah,
copy."
Bree's like, "Leave me alone."
See, now I feel like I'm forgetting everyone I'm related to, and I want to get called out on it later.
Who is like the most famous person you're related to?
Vin Diesel, we're twins.
You two live your life a quarter mile at a time.
Yeah, we do. Hey, good morning, everyone. It's 6:26.
Who are you guys? Hey, Link fam, who are you guys related to out there?
That's
Related to each
Jason
other?
Solis.
No, this wasn't a bit. I'm just saying, like, I saw that thing about Snoop and Brandy. I had no idea Snoop and Brandy, and they're first cousins too.
Yeah. Also, Ken Cooper is my cousin.
Oh, Dr. Ken
Former
Cooper.
senatorial candidate Sandra Regis. Also my cousin.
Isn't was it not Boomer, but the other
Bunker Menno.
Bunker Menno is
Also
your-
my cousin. Maybe my uncle. I don't know. All right, I'm done. I'm not going to be the only one saying all my relatives here, guys. Jason doesn't even know who he's related to. He's calling you his second cousin. The show, guys, it's the link. It's Tuesday, July 20th, the eve of liberation.
I'm probably related to former Governor Felix Camacho because my grandmother was a Camacho.
Right.
So, but
My mom
Camacho's a
said
big
that
family.
we're related through the Cabeza Flores to Uncle Carl. But everybody calls him Uncle Carl. Yeah.
and you have to say your family name like when you're like we're not just Camacho, we're not just
Right.
Tenorio, and they're like a familian Sungut, familian. Like,
Familian Fafat.
No, I know John. Speaking of Superintendent John said he's familian
I
Carabao.
don't know, but
He's familian Carabao.
my grandpa's family name is Guha because I guess someone in the family had asthma.
Wow.
But
Sir,
then on the Santos, I'm a Bali Tres, which is a cool. That is a cool
That's
family.
cool.
Because so Bali Tres basically means like it takes 3 normies to make one Bali Tres Santos. Because way back there was some Santos and he worked the work of 3 people, and so they're like Bali Tres. So that's kind of cool.
Sir, are you related to anybody like? Anybody very very like? Are you
He's related to Freddie Aguilar.
that you know?
I'm related to like an actor, actress.
Oh, Joseph. So an actor or an actor and an actress in the Philippines.
Right on.
Someone like really really big like
Eric Morales. How
Sharon-
about Ding Dong Dantes?
Sharon Cuneta or
Ryan Termelo.
Ryan Termelo. Oh,
Brian.
oh Brian.
Brian
Same
Termerlo.
name.
Hello.
What kind of movies does he appear in? Like action?
Family show, sir.
Matinee.
A matinee. He's a
Oh,
matinee
matinee.
idol. I can see it, sir. Good morning. It's 6:28. Can I just we do the thing now?
Please.
Okay. This is the show. That's Jason Solis.
Speaking of relations.
Sabrina Solis Mazzanani. Good morning, Facebook Live. Who we got on our Facebook Live today, Jay?
We have got, and hopefully they're letting us know who they're. Yes, okay. So we do have a birthday shout out to get to. Glenn is up and at 'em already, and whoops, let me see. Got to refresh my timeline real quick. Give me a second, sir. Who's Glenn saying?
Maria Delfina
Oh.
Kinata.
Maria Delfina Canata. Happy birthday to you.
Liberty and Velas Sablan.
And Liberty and Velas Sablan coming from Glenn. Oh, that's right. Yeah. So Glenn Lujan is in there, and he says Attorney David Lujan is his brother. That's correct. Very, very nice. Tomas Manglotnya. If you guys missed, Tomas is a member of our family here. Speaking of relations, Tomas, a fantastic reporter. He posted on Twitter and Facebook that he'll be returning here in September. He's going to be a senior digital producer now that he's done with grad school. But he is saying half a day from the Big Apple. So Tomas is in
All right.
New York City.
Start spreading the news.
Oh, and you know whose birthday it is today? Let's give a shout out to the Guard because they're doing their PT right now. Happy birthday, Captain Mark Scott.
Oh, no way.
It's Mark's birthday.
Okay, you ready? 1, 2, 3.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Captain Mark Scott. And everybody else whose birthday it may be today.
Please go buy us everything on base, Captain.
Including gas.
Happy birthday,
Happy
to
birthday
you.
to you.
May the dear Lord bless you.
May the dear Lord bless you.
May the dear Lord bless Captain Mark Scott. Is going to go on base and buy me some of that tri-tip and maybe even the carne asada because it hurt his cheek.
I'll just take the gas. Thank you very much.
Happy birthday to you.
And because Mark is in the military, let us all salute. Thank you for your service, Mark. You're a good guy.
Right on. He's an awesome
Happy
guy.
birthday.
It's 6:31 now. It's brought to you by Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, ITNE, and Jack in the Box.
Tomas says, Chris, they are waiting for your comedy tour in New York.
Oh, wow. Thank you, Tomas. Who else?
Notice how he said they and not we.
Yeah.
he's seen that routine a few
They,
times.
them are waiting for my comedy tour. Ken Paulino checks in, Facebook Live. Good morning, be safe. Annie Bonds. Good morning, Hafa Day. Guam from Killeen, Texas. Stay safe, everyone. Elizabeth Agagi, Hafaloha, and good morning, Eva Beach, Hawaii. Thank you, Liz, for always tuning into the link. Also, F. Glenn Lujan of the Hafa Day podcast. They just recorded a new episode on Friday, and of course, we've got many coming out on the KUAM Podcast Network.
The gaming podcast actually drops today at 11 on
Nice.
our Facebook feed. So that's Ken's podcast.
And that's with Ken Nicholas.
Yep, and Barry Hernandez. And the funny thing is they list themselves by their gamer handles, so I don't even know these guys' like real names. So it's Barry, Matt, and Ken too.
Ken too.
Yeah.
Right on. What's your gamer handle?
Huh?
What's your gamer handle?
I was never cool enough to have a gamer handle.
No? Okay. Roberto Fraccassini, good morning. Buongiorno, Guam.
Yeah.
Hey.
Please be safe out there, Mr. Fraccassini, if you're going for your run. Man,
Right.
It's wet out there.
Tony Martinez, good morning, Guam. Christina Hokog, Emma Olalia, good morning, Rosemary Laguanya. S.P. Borja writes, Pia Mia is my 7th cousin.
Wow. 7th, man.
That might be an exaggeration, Jim.
No, hey, that's cool, man.
Oh, F. Glenn puts David Lujan as my brother.
Yep.
Now we know who to call if we're ever in a jam.
Yeah, the attorney David Lujan. Right?
Yes, the attorney David
Yep.
Lujan.
And Glenn, I know he also mentioned a couple weeks ago when we were talking to him, he said that our friend Rolenda Fa'asua Malie up at the airport is also his.
Rolanda F.
Yeah. Yeah, he's also related to Rolenda.
Wow. All right, 6:33. Let's go ahead and get into the news now. From the KUAM news team, with the very latest, having weathered all the Jason Solis tangents this morning, and standing strong and standing by to give you the very latest.
My second cousin, or maybe not.
From the KUAM news team, Sabrina Salas Matanani. Good morning, Sabrina.
Half a day, everybody. Just minutes ago, State Department spokesperson Ned Price announced a location where eligible Afghans and their families will be evacuated to as they wait for the processing of their special immigrant visas, or SIVs, and it's not Guam. Instead, according to Price, they will be sent to Fort Lee.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt the news, but
Geopolitics is funny to you this morning?
It was just so funny because like governors, congressmen were like, please bring them here. We want them. We're so patriotic. It's like, I was like, no, they're going to Virginia.
Right. Instead, according to Price, they will be sent to Fort Lee, Virginia as the initial relocation site. Up to 2,500 eligible Afghan allies and their families are being evacuated as part of Operation Allies Refuge. They will be provided temporary housing and services as they complete the SIV process. Again, the initial group will be sent to Fort Lee, Virginia. The flights begin at the end of this month. And that, again, was from a press conference held just moments ago by Ned Price, the spokesperson for the U.S. State Department. The island recorded its 143rd COVID-19 related fatality. According to the Joint Information Center, a 75-year-old woman with underlying health conditions passed away at the Guam Regional Medical City on Sunday. The woman was vaccinated and tested positive on July 7th. The JIC also reports one new positive case out of 650 tests conducted between July 16th through the 18th. To date, there have been a total of 8,478 officially reported cases of COVID-19. 62 cases are in active isolation, and 8,273 people have recovered. Only one person is hospitalized. The CAR score is 0.2. As for Operation Liberate Guam, the island is 2,100 vaccinations short of achieving adult herd immunity by the 21st. To date, a total of 93,958, or 78.27% of adults, have been fully immunized. The governor, during a press conference Monday, urged the more than 4,000 people who have not yet received their second dose of either the Pfizer or Moderna vaccine to complete the 2-dose series. For those who've not been vaccinated at all, she encourages these individuals to get the 1-dose series of Johnson & Johnson. If the island achieves adult herd immunity by Liberation Day, the governor says she will restore the island to P-Core 4. A recent investigation by the U.S. Department of Labor's Wage and Hour Division found UMS Heavy Equipment in Chalanpago failed to pay dump truck drivers and operators of other heavy equipment legally required overtime when they worked more than 40 hours in a work week. The division also determined the company failed to pay operators for time they spent working before and after their scheduled shifts, including necessary time spent inspecting and preparing their trucks prior to leaving the UMS yard, traveling to the job sites, and traveling back to the yard. When the employer did record and pay for overtime hours, they paid for them in cash at workers' straight time rates. The Fair Labor Standards Act requires payment at 1.5 times workers' regular rates of pay for hours they worked beyond 40 in a work week. The investigation led the division to recover $70,000 in back wages for 20 employees. The division also assessed $7,200 in civil penalties due to the willful nature of the violations. Following the investigation, UMS Heavy Equipment Rental acknowledged the violations, changed their pay practices, and signed a written compliance action plan assuring future compliance with labor laws. The Office of Public Accountability got a response, but they're not buying it. We're talking about the governor's office response to the way they handled the procurement of quarantine and isolation facilities last year. You may remember the governor had assigned her legal counsel at the time to handle the procurement of the QFAC and ISOFAX. The entire procurement led to an oversight hearing to get to the bottom of how they were done and paid without any contract signed other than the governor issuing a memo to pay out invoices. The governor's legal counsel and the governor's office justified the procurement as emergency purchases. The OPA, however, had a much different opinion, saying the governor's office, 1, lacked procurement authority to procure quarantine and isolation facilities. 2, the governor's legal counsel had a conflict of interest with one of the awarded facilities. 3, there was an incomplete procurement record. 4, the quarantine and isolation facility contracts did not conform to the requirements set forth in the governor's executive order and Guam procurement law. As a result, the OPA noted $3 million in question costs. Even after reviewing the governor's office response, disagreeing with the report, the OPA wasn't swayed, commenting that their audit findings and recommendations generally remain the same. Federal law may ban cockfighting, but according to animal rights groups, more than 1,300 illegal shipments of fighting birds have been shipped to Guam between January and June of this year. According to Animal Wellness Action and the Animal Wellness Foundation, based on shipping records from the Guam Department of Agriculture, that is a 600% increase in illegal shipments. AWA President Wayne Pacell says the people sending and receiving these fighting animals are lawbreakers, participating in conduct that allows prosecutors to impose felony-level penalties upon perpetrators. Senator Pito Tulahi was the author of an amendment that became law recognizing cockfighting as a cultural practice. The senator, in a statement at the time, said although cockfighting was prohibited by federal law, it is legal under local law. In response to the latest report, the senator said the Animal Wellness Foundation and Wayne Pacell are at it again, interfering with the culture of the people of Guam. With more news now, here's Tyler Matinani.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Buenas and half a day, everyone. I'm Tyler Matinani with your headlines here on The Link. With less than 2 days to go before the July 21st Operation Liberate Guam target date, Governor Lou Leon Guerrero held a news conference to appeal to residents to get vaccinated so she can fully reopen the island. Nestor Locanto reports.
At the current 78.27% vaccination rate, we are less than 2% away from the governor's 80% goal. To get there by Wednesday, she is particularly appealing to those who got the first dose and didn't come back for the second.
If you are one of the over 4,000 who have yet to get your second dose, please come out today or tomorrow. Every shot counts. As we've seen throughout this pandemic, this is an evolving situation, and experts now call this a pandemic of the unvaccinated.
The governor says those who remain unvaccinated account for 90% of new infections and deaths. Public Health Chief Medical Officer Dr. Felix Cabrera says there are more than 3,800 who are more than 21 days past due.
Now, I'm going to be very clear here. There's nothing wrong with
coming back and still getting that second dose. The CDC and the WHO still say it's okay to come and get it, even though you're very far out from your first dose. This is not a time to be malo or embarrassed and think that you're going to be called out for any of this. You're not. In fact, you're going to be applauded.
Meanwhile, Public Health Director Art San Agustin says they have launched a phone bank to try and reach those who lack the second dose and will continue to make it as convenient as possible to get vaccinated with multiple sites across the island.
We must, as a community, come together, as we have in prior emergencies, to stand together in this instance to get vaccinated, to protect ourselves, our family, our friends, our community, and our economy, to protect the health of our community.
The governor says if we don't reach the 80% vaccination rate by the July 21st target, she will not fully reopen the island. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
The push to get 80% of the adult population on Guam vaccinated against the coronavirus remained strong, as several COVID-19 vaccination clinics were conducted on the island to accomplish the governor's goal of herd immunity by Liberation Day. Here's more.
One of the residents who rolled up their sleeves at the Dededo Farmers Co-op to get vaccinated was 59-year-old Robert Hernandez of Dededo. He received his first dose of the Pfizer vaccine. With the COVID vaccine made available to Hernandez's age group since January, he shared that unfactual social media posts played a role in him being unsure to get vaccinated.
At first, yeah, because of the the media, all those negative outputs. So, I took the time to sink it into my head. I see. Is it worth it to let my kids catch that, or any of my relatives or my cousins? No. I mean, get it done. Get the facts straight.
Hernandez adds,
with this COVID going around, I mean, there's no guarantee, and I want to make sure that I protect myself, of course, my kids, and the same thing with my family.
He had this message to say to other island residents who may be hesitant to get vaccinated.
Why be afraid? I mean, if it does you good, no harm, then take the leap of faith. Get it done. Don't hesitate about it.
Joint Task Force 671 Sergeant Shane Munoz, Force Health Protection Non-Commissioned Officer in charge, said that the vaccine clinic had a good turnout.
Operations have been fairly smooth. We have had a consistent flow of people coming in, getting their first doses as well as their second doses too. So that's always a good thing. We're encouraging people to come out.
Munoz said that 49 people got vaccinated at the site Monday. Meanwhile, Art San Agustin, director of the Department of Public Health and Social Services, confirmed that the vaccination clinic at the UOG Cabo Fieldhouse will be shutting down on July 31st. However, he said that COVID testing and vaccine efforts with the department will continue until September, depending on the numbers.
We're going to maintain 3 sites initially. The standing sites of Micronesia Mall, we have the North and the Southern Community Health Centers. We're also working still with our partners to have, for example, the testing or vaccination and combination like at the Dededo Flea Market. Chiva and his team are also exploring a site for the central part of Guam, for example, maybe somewhere in Agana. And we haven't confirmed yet the location, but yes, we will continue to do testing and we will continue to offer vaccinations.
Reporting for Guam's News Network, Guahusi Isaiah Uggan.
Don't expect the release of the governor's spending plan for American Rescue Plan funds anytime soon. And despite repeated calls by the legislature, Budget Director Lester Carlson says senators may not even have it in time for next month's budget deliberations. Nestor Lecanto has more.
Budget Director Carlson says the deadline to submit questions may have been this past weekend, but there's no telling when the final guidance will be released. He says the Treasury Department still needs to review all the comments before it issues the final rules. He says only then will the administration release its plan.
And when we review what is and isn't eligible, it'll guide the governor's spending plan.
He concedes there's a good chance that senators won't have the governor's spending plan when they go into the budget session next month. Lawmakers were pushing to know if and how much from ARP funds would be provided to the agencies so they could adjust accordingly. Carlson says they already have all the information they need to pass a budget.
So we provided that in form of the executive budget request to them in January of this year, well before the ARP funds were passed into law. So there is a revenue projection. There is allocation of revenues, both general fund and special fund. And it's the legislature's primary responsibility to take the revenues of the government of Guam and ascertain what levels they will come in and allocate those revenues accordingly. That's their job.
By law, the legislature must pass a budget by the end of August. During budget hearings, senators have repeatedly asked agency heads how much additional funding they've asked for and how much they might be getting from ARP funds. The response has generally been, they don't know. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Taxation announces that tax refund checks will be going out in the mail or are being direct deposited. 1,666 refunds for tax year 2020 and prior will be paid this week. Total income tax refunds paid is approximately $4.7 million, including refunds garnished to pay government debts. These represent payment of error-free returns filed on or before April 9th. DRT also announces that it has processed and transmitted to the Treasurer of Guam additional EIP 3 program payments for release from April 10th through July 15th. DRT processed over 82,482 payments totaling $215.2 million. The number of American adults at least partially vaccinated against COVID-19 still has not met President Biden's July 4th target of 70% after missing it some 2 weeks ago. Now the president and his CDC director are calling the coronavirus an epidemic of the unvaccinated. Natalie Brand reports.
COVID-19 spring lull may be turning into a summer storm. While new daily case numbers remain far below the pandemic's peak numbers, they are up in every state in the nation as the more contagious Delta variant spreads aggressively.
For most people who get this Delta variant, it's going to be the most serious virus that they get in their lifetime in terms of the risk of putting them in the hospital.
As infections rise, Los Angeles County restarted its indoor mask mandate this weekend for those who have gotten the shot and for those who have not.
We need to do it to protect. Plus, I have coworkers that are high-risk pregnancy.
Why do I have to be the one telling them what to do and what not to do? You know, that's not coming from me. I don't make those rules.
The CDC has said vaccinated Americans no longer need to cover their faces indoors. But former Surgeon General Dr. Jerome Adams says the CDC may have acted too soon. His successor, Dr. Vivek Murthy, says local governments can make their own calls.
In areas where there are low numbers of vaccinated people or where cases are rising, it's very reasonable for counties to take more mitigation measures like the mask rules that you see coming out in LA.
Especially as summer travel has taken off and crowds are packing tourist destinations like the Las Vegas Strip.
Get a shot or wear a mask.
Citing an uptick in new infections, officials at the Southern Nevada Health District are now advising everyone to wear facial coverings in crowds and indoor places. Natalie Brand, CBS News, Washington.
Important news now, if you use Neutrogena or Avena aerosol sunscreen products, Johnson & Johnson, which manufactures these products, has voluntarily recalled them due to the presence of a cancer-causing chemical known as benzene. Specifically recalled are Neutrogena Beach Defense aerosol sunscreen, their Cool Dry Sport aerosol sunscreen, and their Invisible Daily Defense aerosol sunscreen, as well as their Ultra Sheer aerosol sunscreen, as well Aveeno Protect Refresh aerosol sunscreen. You can view the images of these products at Neutrogena.com and Aveeno.com. Public Health's Division of Environmental Health is communicating and conducting recall effectiveness checks with local retailers and distributors to determine if any of the affected products are sold on Guam. And now we continue our weekly segment highlighting some of the island's businesses who are Guam Safe certified by the Guam Visitors Bureau and have the World Safe Travel and Tourism Council Safe Travel stamp. Today we feature McDonald's of Guam.
Guam Safe and WTTC Safe Travel Certified Program Showcase is brought to you in partnership with the Guam Visitors Bureau.
Hi, my name is Davina Evaristo. I'm the marketing manager for McDonald's of Guam and Saipan. McDonald's feels it's important to let our visitors and our local guests know that safety and sanitation are our utmost priority. and so that they and our employees can feel comfortable visiting our restaurants, getting their favorite foods and drinks, knowing that we take all the local public health guidelines and protocols and use McDonald's sanitation and cleaning protocols also. It gives us pride and we feel honored that McDonald's has been approved to use the Guam Safe Certified and WTTC Safe Travel stamp. We continue to require all our dine-in customers to sign in, sanitize, and take a temperature check. We sanitize tables and chairs in between customers. We require masks for both employees and customers inside the restaurant. Masks may be removed for active eating and drinking while seated at their table. They're not allowed to walk around without their masks. We also require proper hand washing or sanitizer in food handling, and we require gloves for employees in the food preparation areas. Employees go through wellness checks before starting their shifts, and we've installed protective panels on all order points between customers and staff. We have closed our self-serve beverage bar at the moment until it is legally safe to do so. Dine-in seating is spaced to allow for social distancing, so we've placed stickers on the tables in between allowable tables so we can provide distance. We feel ready and excited to welcome our tourist visitors again. We're actively hiring to increase our staffing and to reopen our Tumon location very soon. So join us in welcoming our tourists to a happy, safe, comfortable dine-in restaurant or drive-through experience.
Hi there, this is McDonald's. How can we take care of you? Guam Safe and WTTC Safe Travel Certified Program Showcase is brought to you in partnership with the Guam Visitors Bureau.
With your news and tomorrow, here is Kin Conception.
Buenas tardes to get some to be kunut sa morgan ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mito gi First Hawaiian Bank. Sa primeros kitos dias tetenan, antes dia di Operation Liberate Guam, 21 gihulo na dia ni maapupunta ang nagwaya magahaga Luliang Guerrero Conferencia Nasunto para apelasyon ni Residente siya na por favor fan mabakuna kabales da tababay islata de nuevo ni Footmat. 68.27%, menos de 2%, para tatake que cumplir magahagay 80%. Ang ipartafan matugwi antes di Merkules, apepelay gobyerno, pero di siya man mabakuna sa ni primen na dinilog, dati man matutati para segundo na dulog. Ilingyan na dati man mabakukuna tabiya sa siya na kunenta gi 90% ni nuevo siya na finaitay dyan tinatmi no COVID-19. I Chief Medical Officer para Departamento de Salud Público si Dr. Felix Cabrera a report na maski 3,800 ni esta man mabakuna ni primer sa esta paugo maski 21 dias manatrasaw para segundo na dinilog. Ilang gobyerno na kumuti maakumpli 80% na populasyon na daw ni man mabakuna esta gidya 21 Hulyo ti para baba kabali si islota. Kyoto artikulo manrespondo yung gobyerno giya di requestan Senador Jim Moylan para managway special na session para ma-amendi no yung legislatura i-RISE Act. Ikatanya linga si Moylan na maproposo na inamendi siya sa una sauno as if ang maapasi huzong imumiresi ST into yung mesa na tempo kung mapasay bill. Zaha sa kinantidaan ni para maapasi para hulog 1,000 pesos para kada uno na tautaw pa 2,000 pesos para kada dos na umasagba. Dan una suay tisina maski 30 milyon pesos na tutat sa lapi umagasta para este na programa za useri todo di man kwalifika no fan maapasi. Luleng niya gobyerno na ti para konsidera adyo emergency na requesta. Asangan mas na banti sa na sonya na seryoso si Moylan sa tisen seryoso. Testa asangan esti siya gidiskuti ni legislatura dati masuporte ni pumalo siya na senador. Timumago si Leon Guerrero ni katanya si Moylan sa kula na disganaw plano niya ni parohano para Washington para upega karon ng Flores siya ginafta ni Memoria si Gerandos para jaman matay siya na sa maruta. Masasunto, gwa desisyon gini District Court ni nembarga zi matsusesedi na kausan bankruptcy para Archdiocese Agantya. Igumbados Katoliko sa man mafayo bankruptcy, después porsyento siya na kausan ni Nabusan Basni kontra siya. Ihefi pa USC District Court si Francis Taydinko Gatewood sa nahutang palo na judgment ko'y propiedad Eskweleng Katoliko dyan ni gumadzu siya man afansano na asset na magahit na pata ni Division Propiedad ni ito ni Archdiocese agad niya para mapasi settlement ginestisihan na kausa. Yuto mo na suntog ni KUAM para pag na Martes, ma-approve the motion para makonsenti no ikorti para ubueta si Ricky Camp, ni kambetero ni MMA, isang drug defendant. Magistrate sa West si Jonathan Kwan sa approve na motion no sinedi si Camp para uhano pa Arizona dan Texas para umumu. Manota na taza kumontra na motion sa si Camp a complasi todi kondisyon ni zona release da submiti todi man nesesita na dokumento para hinanaw niya gwatigi probation. Maresta si Cam November 2019 na sakan, zama sa akin na nafato magigwahan kasi 5 libras na meth entry a post office. Di maindak si Cam no ifederat pod hafa na kinanda December Habirag kita tigwahan siyempre gidiswesi mumunya gidya 5 Agosto. Siyempre mates para bineno zanat kohod entry 24 oras na tempo gidiswesi fenatonya. Para Guam News Network, Gwasikin Conception. Yasunto ifinut sa muro sa presenta za ninafato ni Familia Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii, a fact not lost on Daryl, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at a secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances, and it all starts with yes.
We're on a mission to fill the bus with necessary school supplies and food for our island's children in need. The KUAM Care Force and Salvation Army, along with our partners GTA, Twinkles, Anderson Air Force Base, and Kloppenburg Enterprises, are collecting necessary items including school supplies and food items to help send our community's youngest and most vulnerable members back to school. New backpacks, notebooks, pencils, pens, crayons, and other donations are welcome, as well as food pantry items. Please do your part and give every child a chance to learn, grow, be nourished, and have a wonderful return to school. You may drop off your supplies to our Harmon Studios weekdays between 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. up until Friday, August 6th, or come down to our finale between 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Saturday, August 7th, where we'll be attempting to fill the bus with all your donations. Rise up to the challenge, embrace radical generosity, and help us fill the bus for Salvation Army and kids in need. See the complete list of items being accepted on KUAM.com. Get up and move, Guam! Join the mayors of Talafofon, Inilahan for Haanan Minagov, a great day to celebrate the reopening of our island at the Valley of the Latte. Saturday, July 31st from 10 to 5 p.m. Local artists, farmers, and Guam-made products will be on hand while you enjoy performances from our best cultural entertainers and musicians. Enjoy the finest food that Southern Guam has to offer. Help us open our newest attraction, the Micronesia Cultural Village. Tickets can be purchased online at valleyofthelatte.com. Haanan Minagov is brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau, Guam Economic Development Authority, Valley of the Latte, Jungle Riverboat Cruise, Kloppenburg Enterprises, Para Ipribetsu Itautauta, the Guam Brewery, Island Beverage Distributors, and the stations of KUAM.
KUAM Digital presents a series highlighting the wide array of talents on our island. Whether they're a standout gamer, extreme athlete, performer, or have a unique skill to show off, we're showcasing them every month on Wow Factor. Brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the do. Get yourself all caught up with the week's games, scores, and highlights with the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup on KUAM News Weekend Edition. It's all inclusive, all the fun and all the action wrapped up in the perfect presentation. Relive the moments on the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup, brought to you by Gatorade. Greatness starts with G. Get through the work week with a special office party from Uno Go and participating restaurants. Every week, we're delivering lunch from a local dining partner to one lucky office for up to 15 people. For a chance to win, all you have to do is 1. Register as a user on the Uno Go app or website. Existing registered users may be entered as well. 2. Follow us on Instagram or Facebook. And 3. Send us a message with your name, contact email, and phone number, your office, and its location. We'll draw a winner every Friday on The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11 and streaming on Facebook Live, and coordinate the day of your choice for lunch to be delivered the following week. We'll also feature your office celebration on KUAM News every Friday. Put smiles on your co-workers' faces and enter today. Open to Guam residents only. Conditions apply. See the Uno Go Guam Facebook page for details. Thanks to our participating restaurants, Beach and Shrimp, Lone Star, Jamaican Grill, Ajisen, Sing's Cafe, Pika's, and the Sheraton Laguna Guam Resort.
This week's Office Party giveaway is from Jamaican Grill. Enter today to win.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC. GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi. A new musical competition series from NBC focusing on original music is in the works, and they're looking for contestants. American Song Contest is modeled after the hit European phenomenon Eurovision, which has produced some of the most talented performers the world has ever known. The show's looking for individuals and bands from all types of music to find and act in every state and territory, including representatives from Guam and the CNMI. Go online to AmericanSongSubmissions.com to enter and submit your original song submissions now. Must be 16 years or older and groups cannot exceed 6 people. Additional conditions apply. So apply today and get ready to rep our island on the national stage. American Song Contest debuts next spring on NBC.
The Culture Club returns to KUAM Digital and KUAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum.
After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
Breeze 93.9 FM.
back, everybody. The link is rocking and rolling here on a Tuesday morning. And so please, we always say this all the time, please be careful if you are on the island's roads, because not entirely dry right now. So watch out for yourself, watch out for your fellow motorists.
It's what we call Palaxi to the Maxi, Jay.
There you go, the shortened version.
Say it.
Palaxi to the Maxi.
That's it, brother.
Thank you.
Right on.
Well, we're bringing in a friend of ours right now, because when last we spoke with Farron Tyron, he was actually telling us and showing us what some of the, amazing and shocking underwater video that he got of that oil spill that happened around the port. So Farron joins us right now in the KUM News Zoom room. So Farron, Hafide, good morning. All right, so since before we get into your new video and talking about your work on Instagram and everything like that, what was some of the feedback you got when you came on our show, and like what were people saying like about your video and how crazy that was?
I had a bunch of reactions. There was a lot of people who were just grateful that somebody was there to report it. There was a few people that were skeptical that like it wasn't being talked about, but obviously we very quickly corrected that, having me on the show. There was a PDN article about it as well, so I was happy to satiate those that need and those demands. There are people who are even maybe a little bit angry. I think we've come to expect, disappointment with a lot of our government and resource management and stuff. But as we quickly found out, they reacted, within minutes. They mitigated within hours or within a day, and having people out there to scoop up that oil with, I think, what was the term? Sausage booms and absorbent pads. I just can't get enough of that phrase. It's a fun phrase to say.
Yeah. Well, as a dive instructor, and as a proud Guamanian, you're someone who takes care of the environment, because this is your livelihood. You take care of the planet takes care of you. So obviously there's a deep vested interest for you in this, and as an outdoorsman and as someone who just loves the ocean and everything like that. Are you happy with the response so far?
From what I understand of it, yeah, actually. For this particular one, I would really love if they were able to find out who did it. Sometimes it's one of those things that's impossible. Apparently I caught the entire duration of that oil slick, which is most likely diesel, or which I heard was diesel from the from EPA and from the Coast Guard. And I've been thinking about it because it was such a small amount. The estimate said it was around like 5 gallons or something like that. I'm like, okay, so obviously it's not like ships transferring fuel, or it was just a very small amount that leaked, or is it someone's like gas can that tipped over? Did someone dump their bilge in there? So that can make it so hard to find out. But we really need to know, or at least we need to have better ways of figuring these things out. I don't know if there's cameras all over in the harbor, but aside from not being able to figure out who it was or haven't figured it out yet, I'm pretty happy with the response. Yes.
Mm-hmm. And it's not like you're the type of person who goes around trying to look for things just to put on your Instagram and saying like, oh look, I found a dead deer in the jungle, or I found like a fuel spill in the ocean and everything like that. You're someone who actually likes to capture moments and show the beauty of our island too. We got your Instagram handle up right now, and just let me ask you, and please be honest. You can flex if you want and everything. How many more Instagram followers did you get after word got around about your story?
I didn't count. I want to say a couple hundred though.
Nice.
Yeah,
so you got a little bit of a bump.
Cool.
That's good. And
well, it's a pretty big jump considering I only have like something over 1,000 followers now. So it brought me over that like 3 to 4 digits number of followers for sure.
Well, and one of the organizations and some of the people who are big fans of yours now are the folks at the Guam EPA who, when Nick Lee was on last time, he was singing your praises, and he was like, yes, thank you for taking the initiative in this and documenting it and, making the right call, and, for your own safety and that of your students and everything, having the presence of mind to, get out of the water and realize that that was a potentially real serious situation and everything. And, they would hope that your experience and the lessons that you've taught all of us, as your neighbors and everything like that, would be passed down. And now everybody knows, what to do if they see something, and if they happen to be in that situation, how to handle it.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting when the light gets shown on you, and again, you know, you maybe came into the spotlight being like the guy who captured that, but you know, there's so much more to you with this, and so we're gonna play like a little video of yours now. So can you give us a little bit of context about what you've been able to capture, you know, with this new story that you're telling?
Oh, okay, yeah, sure. So the video you have is a collection of, I think, 5 videos just bundled into one. If I remember correctly, the first one is just trying to go find some brown tree snakes on Dano on Cocos Island. So as I'm sure you're aware, you guys have done stories over it over the years. The Coco is an endangered species and it's been raised in captivity. It was recently declared not extinct in the wild anymore. And so because the population was able to grow on Dano, on Cocos, and unfortunately, I think last year or just the year before, someone had found a snake skin, and then some months later found an actual live snake, and I think that was just some random people, not even anybody in resource management. And then they reported it, and then some people in resource management, you know, responded to that, found out that there was some snakes, and decided to, you know, obviously go get it. So there are people with some feds, as I understand it, that are doing searches. They have traps that they're doing like on the weekdays, and then just to try and fill in the gap, there's like a very small volunteer effort led by Olympia Terrell. I think that's how you say her last name. And I was invited to go out and ask to help search for snakes, and that's what that first clip is going to be.
So did you kind of have like a plan of how you wanted to, you know, make your way around and things that you wanted to shoot? Because I'm a fan of the documentary filmmaking style and everything like that, and obviously you know how to shoot and everything like that. Or did you just say, I'm going to take everything organically and I'm just going to point and shoot, and you know, whatever happens is whatever happens? Because that's cool too.
It'll depend on the project, but for this one, I did not know how things exactly were going to be organized. The other volunteers, Olympia and Martin, they have been doing it before, so I very much just trusted their guidance. I showed up, I don't want to say like unprepared, but with no prior plans, and I just shot things as they came. I don't even think I planned to make a video. I just started.
Well, so you were the fuel spill guy originally, and now you're Farron Tyron snake hunter, at least for the moment, with this latest project. So we're gonna go and play your video now and give people a chance to see what you found and how you found that adventure through your own eyes. So here we go.
I'm on Cocos Island, and we're gonna go and try and find some brown tree snakes. Let's see what happens. Wow.
They're pretty common.
That's pretty. Trying to find some snakes. Hello, little mouse. Are you ready to be feasted upon? So like little brown tree snakes like to eat like geckos and lizards and skinks and stuff. It's pretty metal. Those are nests for black naughties.
Yeah, for sure.
Success. There's a little guy in there. On June 30, 2021, the Mauricio Pier Project hosted their 4th underwater cleanup. What began as the brainchild of, at the time, 2 19-year-old teenagers, Will Naden and Lonnie Sablon, in its first year, has become an annual event attracting dozens of divers. And it's a good thing too, because our reefs need all the help they can get. From a car to fishing lines, soda cans and tires, there's no limit to what kind of marine debris you can find in the ocean. We asked divers for help, and help certainly came. Hey, Stan, what are you doing there? Holding a boat. What? Holding a big ass boat. What do you say, Ross? Believe it or not, this isn't even the first boat we pulled out of the water here. I know I'm grateful to Will and Lonnie for putting this on, all the volunteers who showed up, the staff who ran the event, especially AmeriCorps for sorting and weighing all the trash, and the Mauricio Mayor's Office for always supporting. So we're just gonna
rappel down a little bit and see what kind of trash we can pick up today. See how it goes.
Two things really stand out to me at Oka Point. The first is obviously the amazing view, and the second is how there's always so much trash.
You can't even see the ground. How much trash is here, especially cans. So I'm just trying to fill up these buckets, keep it going. It's brutal.
A small group of friends and I recently started rock climbing and thought we could use our skills for good. We chose to rappel down for safety reasons, and it's a good thing we did because it was treacherous with bottles, cans, and rocks easily rolling underfoot. It's so dense, Nick accidentally triggered a mini avalanche of trash. We filled up 8 bags of trash and barely made a dent.
When I started hiking over a decade ago, I had an $8 mask and snorkel and a $5 waterproof yellow flashlight from Kmart. These days I have better gear. So it's really cool to be able to see a glimpse of the ancient life forms that made this limestone and the layers and shapes they make. If you're familiar with the hike, you can see some basic levels. There's the road at the top of the hike, and then there's the caves and laddie site near the water. And this is all limestone created by ancient reefs, which means at some point in history, all this land was underwater in the ocean. And these levels were created by eons of sea level rise and fall or tectonic plate movement. If you know a cool geological fact of Guam, drop it in the comments. See what you got.
Half a day. These are higum or maybe gatsai in Chamorro, and they're the traditional carving tools of the Chamorro people and probably other Micronesian islanders as well. I've let the wood dry out for about almost 3 months just to see what would happen, and it's developed these concerning cracks, which may make this not usable. I'm not too sure yet. We'll see how it goes. It may be possible to kind of just use this part of the wood here and then go diagonal like this. And if the crack stops there, then that's still an okay piece of wood. See how it goes.
That is fantastic work, bro. So, do you consider yourself, Aaron, now like a nature film producer or a documentary? No, I'm totally not like patronizing and everything like that, because I grew up like a fan of like the Disney nature films, and like you were probably a little bit too young for this, but like the Jacques Cousteau, like oceanography.
Yeah, David Attenborough.
Yeah, David Attenborough. I mean, like was it Green Planet or Blue Planet? Like stuff like that. I mean, your stuff is like right up there. I mean, you're telling the story, about our environment, like Mother Earth and everything, and how we can react to it and everything like that. So, where's your like your mindset now that you've made like a few of these and everything like that? I'm sure you want to continue this. It's really good work.
Yeah. I really just consider myself, and you're not gonna like this. I'm just a guy that likes to do stuff. That's really it. So like at the moment I'm having a nice spat of more nature-oriented videos. Actually, I would say most of my videos are nature-oriented, but if you go back to my feed, I do a lot of other weird stuff. And I just like to make and capture these moments. I enjoy shooting video, and I enjoy like visually and audibly telling stories. So or just messing around on camera. So I don't I used to do the usual thing, like making music videos, but not like for not professionally for making music videos, but just shooting video and editing it to a beat, which I was never really good at. So I'm very happy to transition to something where I feel I can show a little more personality.
Well, you know, for the gearheads out there, and for the, you know, for the tech dorks on the side like me and everything like that, like what kind of equipment did you shoot with, and what software did you use to edit and everything?
Oh, sure. I have a GoPro 8. Sometimes I will use something called an Insta360. It shoots a 360 video.
Sure.
And then you can.
We've got a couple of those.
Other kind of weird things like that. That's it. I don't have a SLR or anything fancy like that. The drone footage is by Mike Kidaba, the free runner who usually goes to the Trench Challenge, like World Championships and stuff too. So we're good friends.
Yeah. What do you use to edit? Are you like?
I'm not sure what he has what his drones are. I'm sure he has one of his is a DJI, and what I edit on Power Director 18.
Nice. Yeah, very cool. So, you know, maybe so since, you know, you're really, really humble, and, you know, obviously, and you're just doing something that you like to do, and you know, like, Guam is this amazing place where anywhere for the tip of Jigo all the way down to the end of Umatic and everything like that, anybody can capture, you know, an infinite number of beautiful images and everything. So, for people that might want to get involved with this, you know, now that you've talked about like the kind of gear you shoot with and everything like that, for people that are just starting and everything, what types of advice and inspiration would you give to, you know, would-be filmmakers who feel that they have a story in themselves that they would like to tell?
Just start. Just get out there. Just practice. Just take your video, watch it critically. Don't become too emotionally attached to everything you do. I use a small fraction of the footage I collect. It's probably up more. So when I started, I would shoot 20 minutes of video and use probably 10 seconds of that clip. So be disciplined with your battery and SD card life storage. Yeah, it's so easy to overdo it at first. Understand your settings, your frame rate, your field of view. You don't always want to go wide, especially if all you have is a GoPro, like I've had over the years. Sometimes that narrow focus is what you want, and just put that emphasis on a small thing. But most importantly, just play like little children. Just like play. There's not necessarily any rules. Just play around and see what your style works for you. Don't necessarily try to copy anybody else's style. I tried to for years, and I wasn't very happy with it. But as soon as I started just making my own stuff up, my own ways of approaching things, my own angles, my own approach to narration and storytelling, it's a much more joyous experience. And now here I am talking about it, which I would never have expected to happen.
Well, it is. I mean, and obviously it is a lot of fun too. You got to admit.
It is. Film the things you enjoy, I would say. Don't necessarily try to just film anything and everything, or maybe that would be good practice for you as well. But I've definitely exposed myself to a lot of things, and I've been really enjoying it. Sorry, that's my ringtone.
And I'm assuming because, you know, we are colleagues because we do the same kind of work in this, and it truly is a synergy of you know, man and machine. I mean, you know, like you can have the best gear in the world, and if you don't have the right eye or, you know, the right motivation to capture a moment, you know, it really takes, you know, both the creative side plus like having really, really good hardware and software. All right, and we thank you for sharing your talent. Make sure to follow Farron, everybody. Really, really good guy. _Guam_guy on Instagram. He's got these kind of things and a lot more. You're really going to be entertained. You're going to be inspired. You're going to be educated and everything like that. It's a good member of our community doing good work. So, Farron, thanks for sharing some of your time and your talent with us this morning.
Thank you. And if I might just plug one other thing real fast.
Absolutely.
You know, like if you're seeing my kind of like environmental take on things, this is just me as a private citizen, just trying to do what I can. So if you want to get into film, please do. If you want to like help out the island, just as a private citizen, there's a lot you can do. Just go out there and do that too. Maybe not rock climbing unless you're trained for it, but any other way you can help, please do.
Well, you know, hardest step is the first step you got to take. So, you've obviously opened a lot of doors for a lot of people, and we thank you once again.
Okay.
All right, so stay tuned, everybody, because when the link continues, we got more coming up. You're watching KUAM. Stay with us.
KUAM Digital presents a series highlighting the wide array of talents on our island. Whether they're a standout gamer, extreme athlete, performer, or have a unique skill to show off, we're showcasing them every month on Wow Factor. Brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the do.
Get up and move, Guam! Join the mayors of Talifofo and Inilahan for Haan and Minagov, a great day to celebrate the reopening of our island at the Valley of the Ladi, Saturday, July 31st from 10 to 5 p.m. Local artists, farmers, and Guam-made products will be on hand while you enjoy performances from our best cultural entertainers and musicians. Enjoy the finest food that Southern Guam has to offer. Help us open our newest attraction, the Micronesia Cultural Village. Tickets can be purchased online at valleyoftheLadi.com. Haan and Minagov is brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau, Guam Economic Development Authority, Valley of the Ladi, Jungle Riverboat Cruise, Kloppenburg Enterprises, Para Ipribetsu Itautauta, the Guam Brewery, Island Beverage Distributors, and the stations of KUAM.
The Culture Club returns to KUAM Digital and KUAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum.
We're on a mission to fill the bus with necessary school supplies and food for our island's children in need. The KUAM Care Force and Salvation Army, along with our partners GTA, Twinkles, Anderson Air Force Base, and Kloppenburg Enterprises, are collecting necessary items including school supplies and food items to help send our community's youngest and most vulnerable members back to school. New backpacks, notebooks, pencils, pens, crayons, and other donations are welcome, as well as food pantry items. Please do your part and give every child a chance to learn, grow, be nourished, and have a wonderful return to school. You may drop off your supplies to our Harmon Studios weekdays between 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. up until Friday, August 6th, or come down to our finale between 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Saturday, August 7th, where we'll be attempting to fill the bus with all your donations. Rise up to the challenge, embrace radical generosity, and help us fill the bus for Salvation Army and kids in need. See the complete list of items being accepted on KUAM.com. The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
I decided to get vaccinated because I knew that it was the only way to keep myself, my family, friends, and everyone safe. And it was also my way of contributing to the fight against COVID-19. And I also encourage everyone out there, and especially those in the FSM communities here on Guam, to do your part and get vaccinated. My name is Victorious Flan, and I am a proud member of the vaccination.
Join the vaccination. Scan and plan. For more information, go to KUAM.com.
Brought to you by American Medical Center, your partner in healthcare.
Surprise you with your favorite things. Dance with me by the ocean under the moonlight, 'cause I'm loving how it shines on you, as the sweet, sweet scent of your perfume just takes me away to a land of peace, near the sea of love, near the gardens of nature in the heavens above. And I know it's real, more than a dream, when you're alone with me and just falling in love right here in paradise. Ooh, I hope you're loving the view. Let this tropical breeze set you in the mood. Just falling in love right here in paradise. Ooh, I hope you're loving the view. Let this tropical breeze set you in the mood. Oh,
All right, welcome back to the link, 733 Pacific Points. Proud to sponsor the show, and they also bring you our 6 and 8 o'clock KUAM News updates. Jack in the Box, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E. Right here on the link. It's Tuesday, July 20th, the eve of Liberation. Don't forget, we got a big Liberation show going down tomorrow night, Jay.
Yeah, so starting at 7:30, it's going to be on KUAM TV 8. You can also listen to the synchronized audio on 93.9 on your FM dial. And if you watch on Facebook anywhere all over the world, you're going to watch a really, really cool fireworks presentation. You're going to watch Guam's first ever Liberation drone show. And you're also going to find out who the 6th and final winner is of $10,000.
And a brand new car.
Someone's coming away with 10 large.
Right on. That's going on tomorrow. Plus, we'll have performances, all kinds of special treats for you guys. 7:34. Into the KUAM News Zoom room we go, where we have Vanessa Williams, who is standing by. She is the chair of the Cannabis Control Board. Good morning, Vanessa.
Morning, Chris.
So there was a meeting yesterday, right?
Yes, there was. We had a meeting yesterday afternoon at 1 o'clock.
Right on. And so can we anticipate any, was it like the rules and regs are at the AG's office, right, for cannabis?
Yeah, so that's where we are in the process. We had a bit of an update yesterday, or in the past couple weeks, but we were able to discuss it at the board meeting yesterday. Part of the process is that the governor and her office has to review the proposed rules, the rules that the board is proposing, and approve them as to policy. And so we did get confirmation and approval from the governor within the past couple weeks. And that's something that the AG's office needed before they could proceed and in their part of the process. And they have completed their review of the rules and have started to give us feedback on and comments on those rules before they will sign off on them and before we can submit them to the legislature.
Was there anything in particular that they were concerned about with the proposed rules and regs that you guys need to go back and maybe change or amend?
There were a couple categories of items, and like within those categories, there'll probably be quite a few changes, but most of it related to terminology and in terms of readability of the rules. So the comments they had are really coming from the perspective of both the enforcement side. So when the agencies are looking at this and seeing, okay, what rules apply to a retailer or a cultivator, where can I find this in one section or maybe just two sections in the rules as opposed to scattered throughout. So some of it was like organizational things and then terminology, for example, using either cultivator or grower and not using them interchangeably, so it's not confusing. And then also those suggestions were made based on the fact that if you're applying for a license, it's going to be confusing as to, what applies to you. That was a suggestion that it would be difficult for, any layperson to say, okay, I want to get a cultivator's license or a manufacturer's license, but I'm looking like throughout the entire, hundreds or 130 page rule book to figure out which ones apply to me, as opposed to the intent where we have like a certain chapter or article apply to each of them. There was also some concern about how to handle the cannabis that's possessed that isn't by a licensee, someone who's broke the rules and they're practicing without a license, or they are licensed but they aren't in compliance, and what to do with that cannabis, because it's illegally cultivated, but it's not criminal anymore.
Yeah.
So the normal criminal like seizure and forfeiture rules would not apply. So that's something that I'm waiting to hear back from the Attorney General's office on how we should address and handle.
Well, that's interesting. I mean, I'd be willing to accept all that cannabis if it was ever an issue.
I'm sorry?
Never mind, Vanessa. I wanted to ask, because I had a question here, and it's relative to someone who's staying in an apartment. I don't know if you can help out. Is it legal for an apartment tenant to plant marijuana within the premises if a tenant smokes marijuana out on his balcony, but the smoke drifts out to the adjoining units and bothers the non-smokers of marijuana? What are the rights of the other tenants and/or landlord?
Wow. Okay, so I just want to give the caveat. So I sit on the Cannabis Control Board, and we're not necessarily advisors, and I'm in this awkward position where I happen to be a lawyer and I can't be giving legal advice to people who aren't my clients. But what I can, so I don't know like the exact, I don't want to give the exact answer to that question, but what I can say is that the rules prohibit smoking in well, not just the rules, but the law prohibits smoking in public places. And you need, in order, I think for personal cannabis consumption, you have to have, it's usually within your own home or where you have authority. So I don't know how, there might be some issues there if you're renting. So I can tell you what the issues are, but I don't know.
Yeah, that's fine. Just generally, very generally speaking, I guess.
Yeah, and then in terms of, I don't know. Like, it would seem to be a problem if you're smoking even on your balcony and the smoke is drifting to other people's personal space. I mean, the intent, I think, of the Natasha Act, right, which preceded the Cannabis Control or Cannabis Industry Act by like many years, is that people, shouldn't suffer the consequences of other people's smoke.
I wanted to go back to the proposed rules and regs and the amendments and the changes that you were talking about. So what happens? You guys, the Cannabis Board goes back and makes these changes, then it goes back to the AG's office or the governor's office for review, or what happens next? And how long is it going to take?
You would submit those changes to the AG's office for review, and they would hopefully, the process should be they approve it, based on the recommendations, and then it gets transmitted to the legislature.
So how long you think that's
another
going
year?
To take? Yeah.
I really pray not. It's supposed to be, so I still need more feedback from the AG's office, but they've committed to do that in the next few weeks. And the board has committed to review all of that feedback from the AG's office, and the respective agencies propose their amendments all within August. So we've committed to do it by August. So assuming all those things happen, then that's when we'll submit to the legislature by the end of August.
And then when it goes to the legislature, do they need to pass this, take a vote, and all of that?
I believe they have 90 days to take action to approve or disapprove, and I'm not sure if they will have a hearing as well.
And then after the 90 days, if they don't vote on it, does it just lapse?
I believe so. I believe that was the case. I don't know if there's been any, changes in how that process works.
So what do you think are, well, obviously there's going to be some big changes, but comparing today to tomorrow when the stuff goes into effect after the legislature votes on it, how soon are we going to see, the grow ops and the licenses and all that?
Well, I mean, I'm hoping pretty soon with the timing of things. So the other parts that are moving is that we have to have a seed to sale program. And I say the seed to sale program is procured and it's by the government of Guam, by the regulatory agencies. So it would be public health is in the middle of that RFP. I believe just yesterday they closed like the pickup of applications or pickup of the RFPs for vendors. They said they've got like 12 to 15 potential proposers or bidders. And so that RFP, that seed to sale program needs to be procured under the procurement process through public health. And that needs to be operating in order to manage these licensees, and then in the interim, Department of Agriculture, Department of Revenue and Taxation, and then Public Health are also developing their forms and their applications for the licensees. So ideally, once these rules pass, sometime before the end of the year, you're going to have application forms available and ready for people to pick up and start completing, and then you'll have a seed to sale program software system that can track these applicants and licensees.
Wow.
Right. Yeah, that's actually, I just pulled it up actually on Public Health's website, and the deadline, I believe, is today, 5 p.m. And maybe just what exactly,
Deadline
I'm so sorry, for this procurement for the cannabis seed to sale system and professional services for public health.
Yeah, I also I saw that they had a couple job announcements relative to the cannabis program a couple months ago.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely requires some capacity building at these agency levels, because, the board is just oversight. We develop these rules and we ultimately review and approve or deny applications, but it requires the people power at the agencies who are actually going to, be interfacing with applicants and licensees and actually inspecting the premises and verifying all the information in their application before it gets submitted to the board.
Vanessa, just to clarify, because in talking to people, there still seems to be, and I know you have clarified this back when we had you on, but there seems to be a lot of people who think that when these rules and regs pass, that you're going to be able to go online and order, cannabis gummies from wherever, Colorado or the States, or, hash, and ship it to Guam. That isn't the case, though, right?
No. So the rules and regs for, adult use cannabis in Guam aren't going to affect anything that you can do online and what you can bring in, because we don't have any control over that. So that would be, I think, at the federal level, like until you get it decriminalized across the country by Congress, then you're not going to be able to have that crossing state or territorial lines. What it's going to do is it's just going to permit Guam businesses to apply for business licenses and cannabis licenses to either grow, sell, test cannabis, or to manufacture a cannabis product like those gummies, but it's within our borders.
Right. That's going to be interesting. So everything from seed to sale will be conducted here on island.
Yes.
Are you done with that?
Yeah.
I'm wondering if we could shift gears, because I got an email from an individual, I believe he's your client, Mr. Lubofsky, and I'm wondering if you could tell us a little bit about this lawsuit or this complaint that was filed in the Superior Court related to the Patient Protection Act. And I believe this was enacted in 2010 or 2011, some time ago. But basically, it kind of points out the Guam Board of Medical Examiners and maybe even the Allied Health Professionals Board lack of implementing that law with regard to posting information about disciplined doctors on a website. Can you tell us a little bit more about this lawsuit or this complaint?
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it, is that this complaint or this lawsuit is called a mandamus lawsuit. So the complaint is, the petition is petitioning the court to issue a writ of mandate, which means that you're asking a government or official entity, in this case, the Board of Medical Examiners and the Allied Health Board, to comply with the law. So you're saying there's a law on the books that says that they have to do a specific thing. And a petition for writ of mandate says, Judge, they aren't doing that specific thing. There's no discretion about it. Please order them to do so. And so that's what the lawsuit boils down to. And in this case, what we're asking them to do is to comply with the requirement by law that has to post this information about doctors, healthcare professionals online for the public to see, and then to have certain rules and regulations related to the investigation of complaints for their made by people to the boards. It doesn't tell them like how to do it, how to post these things, or how to investigate complaints. There's no authority for that. It just says, please do it, or judge, please order them to do it. And ideally, there would be some type of time frame for them to comply, so it's not indefinite. Because I'm sure, the intent is always, yeah, we want to do it, we just don't have time or money. And the lawsuit is the incentive, the mandate, and the writ of mandate is the requirement from the court saying, okay, you just have to do it now.
So I believe this was filed in June, right? Last month.
Yeah, June 15th.
Mhm. Has there been any other filings or response or hearing scheduled or anything like that?
No official response or filings from the respondents yet. There has just been, I think yesterday or the day before, we just got notice that the court will have the first hearing on August 10th. The boards, the counsel for the boards has been served. They're aware, I believe they discussed it at their last meetings a bit. And so, but we haven't had any official response on how, whether they will consent to the petition and agree, yeah, we have to do this and this is when we're going to do it, which is possible, or if they're going to oppose it. We haven't received any of that yet by way of what they would file an answer, and perhaps we can see that by August 10th.
Was there, can you provide any other information regarding, kind of what brought this on? Why? Because this has been on the books, I want to say, for years.
Yeah, it has.
This particular law. Just kind of what was the...
what was the impetus for the filing of your case?
Right. So my client, the petitioner in this case is David Lubofsky, and it's really brought in, on behalf or prompted by the loss of his son Asher, his 5-year-old son, and so Mr. Lubofsky has filed several complaints to the boards, and there doesn't seem to be a clear path for investigation or process, where you can see, okay, these are the rules and this is what's going to happen. For example, the complainant or the person complaining will receive a response against who they're complaining, or some type of, and will be able to speak with the investigator or the board. There's just no clear process because there aren't rules that say this is what happens when you submit this complaint. And this is, this is a patient issue, a transparency issue too. The complaints and other information are also supposed to, not the complaints rather, but any discipline and information about these healthcare professionals are also supposed to be reported online by the board and by law. And so this is kind of unrelated to that complaint, but it's also a patient safety issue. And so prompted, is by this process, he wanted to ensure that, regardless of what happens to his complaint, that anyone who goes through this process is going to know that they were heard, that it was investigated properly, and that they will, be responded to in a timely manner, because he's had, so it's just been haphazard with the complaints that he's filed over the years, and with other people too, who aren't part of this lawsuit, but that have come to light where they just feel frustrated, feel unheard, and they don't feel protected by these boards, that no one's, speaking on their behalf. So that's really where this lawsuit came from.
Was there a moment where you kind of looked at it and said, "Holy Mac, this thing has been on the books since 2012 and there hasn't been nothing done." I mean, because it's pretty egregious that this. I mean, I'm pretty sure there's other laws, but I mean, something as simple as this couldn't be stood up. I mean, it's a website. Who doesn't have a website? Some agencies have 3 websites.
Yeah. Now, websites, it does. And I think I've seen just out there, and the legislature's website, out there in the media, that there has been like effort or at some point in the past, years past, saying, oh, yeah, we want to get that, but we need money. But I think that I don't know what, where they were looking or what what the process was back then, but we know now it's, it takes virtually nothing to post things online, and to get up a very basic functional space. And we know that there's, there are websites for public health, there is, domain space out there that they could just post this information. So it really seems that more than cost, it's really just an efforts issue and being motivated. So we're hoping that's what this lawsuit will do, is motivate them to do that.
Right.
And make it a priority.
Vanessa, can you just kind of clarify the requirements of this law and this disclosure on the website? Is it just for complaints that have actually been and investigations that have been completed where action has been taken, or is it just notification? Yeah. Right. Well, this complaint was filed.
Yeah.
Where the allegation is made against a physician.
Right. So it's not just any complaint. Like, so the complaints and the investigations that we're talking about are kind of separate. That's like a separate request to the court, aside from what we're asking about the website. The website is just to post what is required by law. Not every complaint that is made against a professional, because these could be, not validated. It's just what the law currently requires. And I think that would only be if they were if they were disciplined in other jurisdictions, if these things were validated, and just information about those doctors.
Mm-hmm. So it's kind of similar to the National Practitioners Data Bank, but that particular data bank is not really open to the public.
Right.
Is that what you're kind of saying?
No. This is the information that's required to be open to the public. The website,
Mm-hmm.
or it doesn't have to be a separate website. It can be an existing website for public health, but it's just information about the doctors that is already required by law, by Guam law.
Yeah,
right.
And we have seen some very public instances where doctors with track records and complaints against them have come to Guam and set up shop here. But with this website and the posting not being followed through, there's no way the public would know. So, thanks.
So you said August 10th is the hearing, first hearing.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Vanessa, for that update.
Yeah. Anything else? What other hats are you wearing that we can ask about?
New mom, got a brand new baby.
Oh, congratulations.
Like I don't have enough to do.
Right on.
Healthy baby.
All right.
Well, congrats.
Happy liberation, everyone.
Happy
All right.
liberation.
Thank you, Vanessa.
Take care.
Okay, bye. There you go, Vanessa Williams. Yeah, she was like, I got to get a sitter for tomorrow. So pending sitter. Oh, come on. That's pretty interesting. That and because one of the things that the doctors have said during this whole 112 spectacle is that there are other pathways, including posting a complaint or filing complaints with these various medical boards. So they hold these things up and they say, hey, no, it's not just arbitration. They could go here, they could go there. But then you come to find out that they're not even following through with the law it's a law.
And you wouldn't know, right? If your doctor's ever been disciplined on Guam, if you wanted to do
or
your
even
research.
in the States.
Right, because because there's no records.
There's nothing
on the
nothing
website.
at all.
But there is that National Practitioners Data Bank.
Yeah.
But it's not accessible to
That's only for doctors
or
people to look up other people, right? Yeah, so something's got to give. I mean, we have a whole darn Office of Technology that Antelope you know, they toot the horn of that OTEC all the time. And Vanessa's right. I mean, we know it doesn't take much to put up a website.
Jason, does it take a whole lot?
No, actually, the amount of work it takes to do that kind of thing is very minimal. But what we've seen with Gov Guam, you know, going on, you know, I mean,
Yeah, Jay, we're talking about like 10 years. It's been
Yeah,
10
but
years.
only recently has GovGuam actually like streamlined across all the agencies and boards and commissions, you know, like a common look and a structure. Because I mean, you know,
That's aesthetics, though.
Yeah,
I mean, you could put up a text only. I mean, God, you know, it's been 10 years. I don't want to sit here and explain away their incompetence.
But you know, I
But it's
remember
incompetence.
I remember
or a
back-
desire to keep the information from the public, or both. Probably both.
Sometimes it was they would detail like an agency and they say, oh, the MIS guy, you know, you're a computer guy, so go like do the website. And I remember GPD back in 97, 98. They even had, you know, they just had somebody just do it as a side project. But that has been like a thorn in GovGuam's side for a really
That's
long time.
ironic. This is Vice Speaker Tina Munia Barnes' law, right? Yeah. So.
And to be fair, in you know, in the side of the pool that I swim in and everything like that, GovGuam has gotten a lot better over the years in actually making stuff online. Public health probably like, you know, one of the best examples of that, like over the last year.
All right, it's
Yeah.
7:59. We're going to take just a really quick break, and we're coming back on KUAM TV next. This is The Link. Good morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information
What are the
you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Good morning, Guam. Right on. Morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Good morning, Jason Salas.
Good morning.
Right on.
10 and a half hours left to get vaccinated.
Right on. So right now we're at 78 point.
Well, you can still get vaccinated after, but go
Yeah.
ahead.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
If we're going to hit the goal, I should say, yeah. Good point.
78.49% of our adult population is fully immunized. This is the latest, or it's actually as of July 19th, but it's the latest. The communications director for Adelup just sent it over on the WhatsApp, the preferred mode of communication.
And today there are 3 vaccination clinics that are available, starting right now, actually, now at the UOG Fieldhouse until 6 p.m.
Yep.
They are administering the various types of vaccine. Also, if you're our friends down south in Inalahan, at 9 to 12, there will be a public health vaccination clinic there. And later on this afternoon, up here in Dededo at the Gura GH48 basketball court from 3 in the afternoon until 6:30, they'll be administering vaccination.
I'm confused though, Bree, because you're the main remember around here. But I want to say that that we were promised the PCOR 4 if we reached the 80%, and then I want to say that up to yesterday you were reading out some story where the governor said even if we didn't reach the 80, she was probably still going to put us in the PCOR 4, but that was reversed yesterday in the press conference.
Yeah, it was something like that, that she would still be inclined to put us back into PCOR 4. But then I want to say it was Nestor who asked a question about, well, what happens if we don't meet that 80%? And then she said, then we won't go into PCOR 4.
It's so confusing because I swear just last week we were running the story where she said if we don't get it, we're still going to go into PCOR 4, and then we get another 180.
Right, if we're close.
Yeah. It's almost like the mask mandate thing where the gov told the business community during the economic forum that we would probably be lifting the mask mandate. And then a week later, she said, oh, no, maybe not. Which is, I mean, I get it. What is it they say?
She said she didn't say that.
Rapidly evolving. She did, though. It was on tape.
No, I'm saying she said that she didn't.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so we actually did ask to get the governor on today at 8:30. However, we didn't hear back from the communications director, Crystal Paco San Augustine. So I'm guessing it's a no-go. But there was a big press conference yesterday in which the governor had responded to Senator Moylan. And it's not just Senator Moylan, a lot of the senators, but more importantly, the people of Guam have been just banging the drum on this RISE Act. I went to go cash my check yesterday, and the workers at this I'll go to this check cashing place, and they have just, every time I go in, they're like, oh, Sir Chris, do you have the application? And they asked again yesterday, so I had to send them the eligibility requirements, and I just don't know if the governor really understands or even appreciates that it's not the senators who are pushing this. They're getting inundated with phone calls about the RISE Act or the All Rise or whatever we're calling it now. And I just thought it was so interesting that the governor amended the RISE Act law via executive order, correct? Yeah. So she was like, okay, here's the RISE Act, but I want to include the government employees who qualify, the government retirees who qualify, and federal employees who also qualify. But she didn't include any money with that. And so now she's increased the eligibility pool, but not added any extra money to cover that increase, which means this is a first-come, first-serve program. And clearly, everybody says that's not going to be enough money. But when we asked the governor if she was going to add to that $30 million, she told Nestor Lecanto, I think it was Nestor, in one of our stories here, that she couldn't amend law via executive order, which just had me scratching my head because she did exactly that when she added the government employees, the government retirees, and the federal workers, right? Am I stupid or something? Did I miss? Because I was banging my head on the wall like, wait a second. Hold on. Yeah. So wait, you're saying you can't amend an existing law via executive order when that's exactly what you did to include the government employees and the I don't even get it. Is this normal? But it is what it is. I just don't understand that logic. It just doesn't, if you amended an existing law via executive order, then why didn't you just say, okay, I'm going to include all these people, and by the way, I'm also going to include an extra $10 million or whatever. I mean, I'm not hating on the government employees. I get it. It's election next year. You want to be able to say that you included them. It's an important voting block. But don't be rude and make these private sector employees who the intent of the RISE Act was to serve them and to give them assistance. And I'm not saying don't include Gov Guam. I get it. That's her prerogative as the MAGA Hogs. But at least come with the money for it. You know what I'm saying? That's all. Basic. It's 8:07, so we're going to have more on that. We're getting the minority report with Minority Leader Senator Chris Duenas.
We also have the comments from the governor.
Yeah.
When asked about the RISE Act and Senator Moylan's letter that he wrote to her.
Yeah.
Regarding it.
She said it was harsh.
Then a whole lot more.
Totally a lot more. Yeah, so that's coming up. Also, Public Auditor B.J. Cruz came out with an audit. Boy, did he ever. $3 million in questioned quarantine costs. Conflicts of interest between the governor's former legal counsel and son-in-law. I think he's still her son-in-law. But he was the legal counsel before. And the public auditor pointed out that here was a guy who worked for the bank, then went to advise the governor, then helped arrange a procurement that appeared to have been very questionable. I don't know if they used the illegal word in there, to benefit somebody who had a loan with the bank that he had just worked at. It's crazy. So basically it was like, hey, let me give you this quarantine so you can make that loan payment because, you're pretty behind. I mean, it's a huge deal. And this is exactly what we were saying way back in the beginning of the pandemic. Remember? It was hot. It was heated.
Mm-hmm.
Very heated. But legal counsel...
But what are you going to do? Right?
It is what it is.
The AG's office is providing the legal guidance on this whole nightmare.
Yeah, and it is what it is, basically. It's like basically the administration at that time was like, suck it, I don't care, whatever. We're in a pandemic. But now that the dust is settling, and the superpowers, dun-dun-dun-dun! They got like, that superpowers stuff went to their head.
The Justice League.
They got whole Justice League. Yeah, but at the time, this is exactly what everybody was saying. I mean, everybody who wasn't in was saying, like, hey, what the hell's going on here? And
I would like to see someone have the lasso of truth now that you mention it.
Oh, man, that'd be great. Bust that out of the press conference. Wait, hold on, Gov. Before I ask this next question, let me hit you with the lasso of truth. It's a Wonder Woman reference. Google it. When she lassos people with the lasso of truth, they have to tell the truth. But I don't even know if that would work on the governor because I think she really believes, I mean, obviously she's very convicted with her beliefs. But we're
Remember we saw
remember the
Uggan?
wand?
Tim Uggan was removed or he left or whatever.
Yeah, they tried to throw Tim Uggan under the bus. It was just crazy. There was all kind, and then there was emails from the governor's son-in-law where he was just like bossing everybody. I mean, that was like a dude who really tried to flex and push the power of the legal counsel to the governor. Right? And it's just a bad situation. I mean, really, when you mix family that close with work, it's always tough to kind of separate. And that's what everybody knows on Guam. Everybody knows it, but, I guess they learned the hard way. Public Auditor BJ Cruz coming on. Probably in trouble with his nephew, Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio again. They're not talking now, probably, because
No. Remember Josh was saying during this whole thing, some red flags here.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
There was a little bit of a split in the administration because the governor, of course, it's her son-in-law. She's like, that's my boy. And Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio, remember that was weird because he was coming on here a lot.
Some red flags.
He was coming on weekly every Tuesday to provide an update before.
Till you done pissed him off.
Yeah, sorry. I just was being me. Come on.
Yeah.
You know the game. I mean, if you're a public servant, you just gotta come in and answer the questions, which he did. But I mean, I guess he was so hurt after that. But when I see him, we say hi. You know how it is on Guam. Hey. Anyway, so he was coming on every Tuesday, and he really was like, yeah, there's a lot of red flags with this procurement. He wanted nothing to do with it. He's like, oh, he ain't my son-in-law. Oh, nope. We'll talk about that with the public auditor, BJ Cruz. All coming up right here on your favorite morning show, guys. No, it is, because I meet people, and they're like, we always listen to you and Sabrina and the link. And then they'll say something like, yeah, I like your sense of humor, but then they're always like, Breeze, like tough. She's like asking the hard questions. Yeah. And I'm like, yeah, we do this like, good cop, funny cop. It works. And then you got Jason Solis over here.
Hey, I just made a lasso of truth reference.
He did.
I've earned my money today.
That's why he's here. So thank you, guys. It's brought to you by Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, ITNE, and Jack in the Box at 8:12. Let's go ahead and get into the news. Brought to you by Pacific Points. With the very yes.
Got a.
Oh, there's the last
picture sent to us.
Can you Photoshop the governor's head on there?
Picture sent to us.
No, put the speaker, Theresa Lai.
Hey, she's gonna be acting lieutenant governor coming tomorrow.
Darn, that's it.
Woo.
They're gonna do something where they're gonna like.
Very, very timely.
They're gonna come out with some executive order where they're gonna be like, Speaker Theresa Lai cannot be the acting lieutenant governor. It has to be Tina Munya Barnes.
I'm not gonna say exactly who sent me this picture, but it's really funny.
They're gonna have an executive order like only Girl Tina can be the acting lieutenant governor. Remember when she was acting lieutenant governor and when she was speaker and they would put it on like the letterhead and it was like a little much, guys. That's 8:13. Yeah, but if the speaker's going to be the acting lieutenant gov, that's your chance, speaker, to go in there and straighten the ship out. Right? Nope, I have to give her a badge, like I'm acting lieutenant gov. All right, it's 8:13. I'm going to stop because I'm on a roll. We're going to do the news now. We're going to get serious with the very latest. From the KUAM News team, Sabrina Salas-Manzanati. Good morning, Sabrina.
Half a day, everybody. The State Department early this morning, their spokesperson Ned Price announced the location where eligible Afghans and their families will be evacuated to as they wait for the processing of their special immigration visas, or SIVs, and it's not Guam. Instead, according to Price, they will be sent to Fort Lee, Virginia as the initial relocation site. Up to 2,500 eligible Afghan allies and their families are being evacuated as part of Operation Allies Refuge. They will be provided temporary housing and services as they complete the SIV process. Again, the initial group will be sent to Fort Lee, Virginia. The flights begin at the end of the month. The island recorded its 143rd COVID-19 related fatality, according to the Joint Information Center. A 75-year-old woman with underlying health conditions passed away at the Guam Regional Medical City on Sunday. The woman was vaccinated and tested positive on the 7th. The JIC also reports one new positive case out of 650 tests conducted between July 16th through the 18th. To date, there have been a total of 8,478 officially reported cases of COVID on Guam. 62 are active, and there have been more than 8,200 recoveries. Only one person is hospitalized. The CAR score is 0.2. As for Operation Liberate Guam, the island is 1,800 vaccinations short of achieving adult herd immunity by July 21st. To date, a total of 78.49% of adults have been fully immunized. The governor, during a press conference yesterday, urged the more than 4,000 people who have yet to receive their second dose of either Pfizer or Moderna to complete the two-dose series. For those who have not been vaccinated at all, she encourages these individuals to get the one-dose series of Johnson & Johnson. If the island achieves adult herd immunity by Liberation Day, the governor says she will restore the island to P-Core 4. A recent investigation by the U.S. Department of Labor's Wage and Hour Division found UMS Heavy Equipment in Chalampago failed to pay dump truck drivers and operations of other heavy equipment legally required overtime when they worked more than 40 hours in a work week. The division also determined the company failed to pay operators for time they spent working before and after their scheduled shifts, including necessary time spent inspecting and preparing their trucks prior to leaving the yard, traveling to the job sites, and traveling back and forth. When the employer did record and pay for overtime hours, they paid for them in cash at workers' straight time rates. The Fair Labor Standards Act requires payment at 1.5 times workers' regular rates of pay for hours they work beyond 40 in a work week. The investigation led the division to recover more than $17,000 in back wages for 20 employees. The division also assessed $7,200 in civil penalties due to the willful nature of the violations. The Office of Public Accountability got a response, but they're not exactly buying it. We are talking about the governor's office response to the way they handled the procurement of quarantine and isolation facilities last year. Now, you may remember the governor had assigned her legal counsel, her son-in-law at the time, to handle the procurement of the QFAC and ISOFACs. The entire procurement led to an oversight hearing to get to the bottom of how they were done and paid without any contract signed other than the governor issuing a memo to pay out invoices. The governor's legal counsel and the governor's office justified the procurement as emergency purchases. The OPA, however, has a much different opinion, saying the governor's office, 1, lacked procurement authority to procure quarantine and isolation facilities. 2, the governor's legal counsel had a conflict of interest with one of the awarded facilities. 3, there was an incomplete procurement record. And 4, the quarantine and isolation facility contracts did not conform to the requirements set forth in the governor's executive order and Guam procurement law. As a result, the OPA noted $3 million in question costs. Now, even after reviewing the governor's office response disagreeing with the report, the OPA wasn't swayed, commenting that their audit findings and recommendations generally remain the same. Federal law may ban cockfighting, but according to animal rights groups, more than 1,300 illegal shipments of fighting birds have been shipped to Guam between January and June of this year. According to Animal Wellness Action and the Animal Wellness Foundation, based on shipping records from the Guam Department of Agriculture, that's a 600% increase in illegal shipments. AWA President Wayne Passell says the people sending and receiving these fighting animals are lawbreakers, participating in conduct that allows prosecutors to impose felony-level penalties upon perpetrators. Senator Pito Terlahi was the author of an amendment that became law recognizing cockfighting as a cultural practice. The senator, in a statement at that time, said that although cockfighting was prohibited by federal law, it is legal under local law. In response to the latest report, the senator said the Animal Wellness Foundation and Wayne Passell are at it again, interfering with the culture of the people of Guam. With more news now, here's Tyler Matinoni.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Well, it's done half a day, everyone. I'm Tyler Matinoni with your headlines here on The Link. With less than 2 days to go before the July 21st Operation Liberate Guam target date, Governor Lou Leon Guerrero held a news conference to appeal to residents to get vaccinated so she can fully reopen the island. Nestor Locanto reports.
At the current 78.27% vaccination rate, we are less than 2% away from the governor's 80% goal. To get there by Wednesday, she is particularly appealing to those who got the first dose and didn't come back for the second.
If you are one of the over 4,000 who have yet to get your second dose, please come out today or tomorrow. Every shot counts. As we've seen throughout this pandemic, this is an evolving situation, and experts now call this a pandemic of the unvaccinated.
The governor says those who remain unvaccinated account for 90% of new infections and deaths. Public Health Chief Medical Officer Dr. Felix Cabrera says there are more than 3,800 who are more than 21 days past due.
Now, I'm going to be very clear here. There's nothing wrong with coming back and still getting that second dose. The CDC and the WHO still say it's okay to come and get it, even though you're very far out from your first dose. This is not a time to be maula or embarrassed and think that you're going to be called out for any of this. You're not. In fact, you're going to be applauded.
Meanwhile, Public Health Director Art San Agustin says they have launched a phone bank to try and reach those who lack the second dose and will continue to make it as convenient as possible to get vaccinated with multiple sites across the island.
We must, as a community, come together, as we have in prior emergencies, to stand together in this instance to get vaccinated, to protect ourselves, our family, our friends, our community, and our economy, to protect the health of our community.
The governor says if we don't reach the 80% vaccination rate by the July 21st target, she will not fully reopen the island. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Locanto.
The push to get 80% of the adult population on Guam vaccinated against the coronavirus remained strong, as several COVID-19 vaccination clinics were conducted on the island to accomplish the governor's goal of herd immunity by Liberation Day. Here's more.
One of the residents who rolled up their sleeves at the Dededo Farmers Co-op to get vaccinated was 59-year-old Robert Hernandez of Dededo. He received his first dose of the Pfizer vaccine. With the COVID vaccine made available to Hernandez's age group since January, he shared that unfactual social media posts played a role in him being unsure to get vaccinated.
At first, yeah, because of the the media, all those negative outputs. So, I took the time to sink it into my head. I see. Is it worth it to let my kids catch that, or any of my relatives or my cousins? No. I mean, get it done. Get the facts straight.
Hernandez adds,
with this COVID going around, there's no guarantee, and I want to make sure that I protect myself because of my kids, and the same thing with my family.
He had this message to say to other island residents who may be hesitant to get vaccinated.
Why be afraid? If it does you good, no harm, then take the leap of faith. Get it done. don't hesitate about it.
Joint Task Force 671 Sergeant Shane Munoz, Force Health Protection Non-Commissioned Officer in charge, said that the vaccine clinic had a good turnout.
Operations have been fairly smooth. We have had a consistent flow of people coming in, getting their first doses as well as their second doses too. So that's always a good thing. We're encouraging people to come out.
Munoz said that 49 people got vaccinated at the site Monday. Meanwhile, Art St. Augustine, director of the Department of Public Health and Social Services, confirmed that the vaccination clinic at the UOG Cabell Fieldhouse will be shutting down on July 31st. However, he said that COVID testing and vaccine efforts with the department will continue until September, depending on the numbers.
We're going to maintain 3 sites initially. The standing sites of Micronesia Mall, we have the North and the Southern Community Health Centers. We're also working still with our partners to have, for example, the testing or vaccination and combination like at the Dededo Flea Market. Chima and his team are also exploring a site for the central part of Guam, for example, maybe somewhere in Agana. And we haven't confirmed yet the location, but yes, we will continue to do testing and we will continue to offer vaccinations.
Reporting for Guam's News Network, Wahusi Isaiah Ugin.
Don't expect the release of the governor's spending plan for American Rescue Plan funds anytime soon. And despite repeated calls by the legislature, Budget Director Lester Carlson says senators may not even have it in time for next month's budget deliberations. Nestor Lecanto has more.
Budget Director Carlson says the deadline to submit questions may have been this past weekend, but there's no telling when the final guidance will be released. He says the Treasury Department still needs to review all the comments before it issues the final rules. He says only then will the administration release its plan.
And when we review what is and isn't eligible, it'll guide the governor's spending plan.
He concedes there's a good chance that senators won't have the governor's spending plan when they go into the budget session next month. Lawmakers were pushing to know if and how much from ARP funds would be provided to the agencies so they could adjust accordingly. Carlson says they already have all the information they need to pass a budget.
So we provided that in form of the executive budget request to them in January of this year, well before the ARP funds were passed into law. So there is a revenue projection, there is allocation of revenues, both general fund and special fund, and it's the legislature's primary responsibility to take the revenues of the government of Guam and ascertain what levels they will come in and allocate those revenues accordingly. That's their job.
By law, the legislature must pass a budget by the end of August. During budget hearings, senators have repeatedly asked agency heads how much additional funding they've asked for and how much they might be getting from ARP funds. The response has generally been, they don't know. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
The Department of Revenue and Taxation announces that tax refund checks will be going out in the mail or will be direct deposited. 1,666 refunds for tax year 2020 and prior will be paid this week. Total income tax refunds paid is approximately $4.7 million, including refunds garnished to repay government debts. These represent payment of error-free returns filed on or before April 9th. Revenue-Tax also announces that it processed and transmitted to the Treasurer of Guam additional EIP-3 program payments for release. From April 10th through July 15th, DRT processed over 82,482 payments totaling $215.2 million. The number of American adults at least partially vaccinated against COVID-19 still has not met President Biden's July 4th target of 70% after missing it some 2 weeks ago. Now, the president and a CDC director are calling the coronavirus, quote, an epidemic of the unvaccinated. Natalie Brand reports.
COVID-19 spring lull may be turning into a summer storm. While new daily case numbers remain far below the pandemic's peak numbers, they are up in every state in the nation as the more contagious Delta variant spreads aggressively.
For most people who get this Delta variant, it's going to be the most serious virus that they get in their lifetime in terms of the risk of putting them in the hospital.
As infections rise, Los Angeles County restarted its indoor mask mandate this weekend for those who have gotten the shot and for those who have not.
we need to do it to protect. Plus, I have coworkers that are high-risk pregnancy.
Why do I have to be the one telling them what to do and what not to do? You know, that's not coming from me. I don't make those rules.
The CDC has said vaccinated Americans no longer need to cover their faces indoors. But former Surgeon General Dr. Jerome Adams says the CDC may have acted too soon. His successor, Dr. Vivek Murthy, says local governments can make their own calls.
In areas where there are low numbers of vaccinated people, or where cases are rising, it's very reasonable for counties to take more mitigation measures, like the mask rules that you see coming out in LA.
Especially as summer travel has taken off and crowds are packing tourist destinations like the Las Vegas Strip.
Get a shot or wear a mask.
Citing an uptick in new infections, officials at the Southern Nevada Health District are now advising everyone to wear facial coverings in crowds and indoor places. Natalie Brand, CBS News, Washington.
And we continue our weekly segment highlighting some of the island's businesses who are Guam Safe certified by GVB and have the World Travel and Tourism Council Safe Travel stamp. We feature now McDonald's of Guam.
Guam Safe and WTTC Safe Travel Certified Program Showcase is brought to you in partnership with the Guam Visitors Bureau.
Hi, my name is Davina Evaristo. I'm the marketing manager for McDonald's of Guam and Saipan. McDonald's feels it's important to let our visitors and our local guests know that safety and sanitation are our utmost priority, and so that they and our employees can feel comfortable visiting our restaurants, getting their favorite foods and drinks, knowing that we take all the local public health guidelines and protocols and use McDonald's sanitation and cleaning protocols also. It gives us pride and we feel honored that McDonald's has been approved to use the Guam Safe Certified and WTTC Safe Travel stamp. We continue to require all our dine-in customers to sign in, sanitize, and take a temperature check. We sanitize tables and chairs in between customers. We require masks for both employees and customers inside the restaurant. Masks may be removed for active eating and drinking while seated at their table. They're not allowed to walk around without their masks. We also require proper hand washing or sanitizer in food handling, and we require gloves for employees in the food preparation areas. Employees go through wellness checks before starting their shifts, and we've installed protective panels on all order points between customers and staff. We have closed our self-serve beverage bar at the moment until it is legally safe to do so. Dine-in seating is spaced to allow for social distancing, so we placed stickers on the tables in between allowable tables so we can provide distance. We feel ready and excited to welcome our tourist visitors again. We're actively hiring to increase our staffing and to reopen our Tumon location very soon. So join us in welcoming our tourists to a happy, safe, comfortable dine-in restaurant or drive-through experience.
Hi there, get to McDonald's. How can we take care of you? Guam Safe and WTTC Safe Travel Certified Program Showcase is brought to you in partnership with the Guam Visitors Bureau.
With your news in tomorrow, here's Ken Concepcion.
Buenos days to get soon to be finut sa morgan ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. Sa primeros que 2 días de tenan, antes dia di Operation Liberate Guam, 21 gihulo na dia ni maapupunta, anagway magahaga Luliang Guerrero Conferencia Nasunto para apelación ni residente siya na por favor fan mabakuna cabales da tababay islota de nuevo ni Footmat. 68.27%, menos de 2%, para tratar que cumplir magahaga y 80%. Ang ipartafan matugwi antes di Merkules, apepela yung gobyerno, pero di siya man mabakuna hasta ni primer na dinilog, dati man matutati para segundo na dulog. Ilingyan na dati man mabakukuna tabiya, sa siya na kunenta gi 90% ni nuevo siya na finaitay dyan tinatmi, no COVID-19. I-Chief Medical Officer para Departamento de Salud Publiko si Dr. Felix Cabrera a report na maski 3,800 ni esta man mabakuna ni primer sa esta paugo maski 21 dias manatrasaw para segundo na dinilog. Ilang gobyerno na kumuti maakumpli 80% na population na daw ni man mabakuna esta gidya 21 gi Hulyo ti para baba kabali si Islota. Kyoto artikulo manrespondo i gobyerno gia zero request ng Senador Jim Moylan para managawa special na session para ma-amendi no legislatura i RISE Act. Katanya ilang si Moylan na maproposo na inamendi siya sa una sauno as if maapasi huzong imumiresi ST into yung mesa na tempo kung mapasay bill. Zaha sa kinantidaan ni pamapasi para hulog ₱1,000 para kada uno na tautaw pa ₱2,000 para kada dos na umasagba. Dan una suay tisina maski 30 milyon pesos na tutat salapi umagasta para este na programa za useri todo di mang kwalifika no fan maapasi. Lolengnya gobyerno na ti para konsidera adzu emergency na requesta. Asangan mas na benti chat na sonya na seryoso si Moylan sa tisen seryoso. Testa asangan esti siya gidiskuti ni legislatura dati masuporte ni pumalo siya na senador. Timumagaw si Leong Guerrero ni katanya si Moylan sa kula na disganaw planunya ni parohano para Washington para pega karon ng Flores siya ginafta ni memorya si Gerandos para jaman matay siya na sa Maruta. Masasunto, gua desisyon gini District Court ni nembarga zi matsusesedi na kausan bankruptcy para Archdiocese agad niya. Igumadzos Katoliko sa man file bankruptcy, despesi porsyento siya na kausan ni nabusan bus ni kontra siya. Ihefi pa West District Court si Francis Taydinko Gatewood sa nahutang palo na judgment ko'y propiedad Eskweleng Katoliko dyan igumadzos siya man afansano na asset na magahit na pata ni dibisyon propiedad ni ito ni Archdiocese agad niya para mapasi settlement ginestisihan na kausa. Yuto mo na suntog ni KUAM para pago na Martes, ma-appreba zi motion para makonsenti no ikorti para ubueta si Ricky Cam ni kambetero ni MMA san drug defendant. Magistrate sa West si Jonathan Kwan sa appreba zi na motion no sinedi si Cam para ano pa Arizona dan Texas para umumu. Manota na taza kumontra zi na motion sa si Cam a komplasi todi kondisyon ni zona release za submiti todi man nesesita na dokumento para hinanaw niya gwatigi probation. Maresta si Cam November 2019 na sakan, zama sa akin na nafato magigwahan kasi 5 libras na meth entry a post office. Di maindag si Cam no ifederat pod hafa na kinanda December Habirag kita tigwahan siyempre gidiswesi mumunya gidya 5 Agosto. Siyempre mates para bineno zanat kohod entry 24 oras na tempo gidiswesi fenatonya. Para Guam News Network, Guasikin Conception. Yasunto ifinut sa muro sa presenta za ninafato ni Familiang Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii, a fact not lost on Daryl, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at his secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances, and it all starts with yes.
And we're going to head into the Zoom room to get our minority report with Senator Chris Duenas. But before we go to him, we wanted to run this clip from the governor during a press conference yesterday when she was asked to respond to a request by Senator Jim Moylan to call a special legislative session so lawmakers can amend the RISE Act. And as many of you know, that's the law that passed last year. It's supposed to pay out $800 and $1,600 in local pandemic assistance. In his letter, Moylan says the proposed amendments would include starting the payouts within 1 month of the bill's passage, increasing the amounts to $1,000 per individuals and $2,000 per couple, and removing the $30 million cap so all who are eligible will get paid. And so again, here is Nestor Lecanto during that press conference yesterday at Adelup.
So Senator Moylan is asking you to call a special session so they can possibly amend the RISE Act. Those amendments include starting payments within 30 days of passage, removing the 30 million cap, and increasing payments to 1,000 for individuals and 2,000 for couples. What's your response to that?
First of all, the RISE Act, I believe, as written with the additions that I've made, is we'll be able to meet the needs of our people. Special sessions, Nestor, are usually for emergencies, And I'm sorry, but I don't consider his request as an emergency. I don't also feel that maybe his serious concerns are that serious because he brought up those concerns during the deliberation of the RISE Act, and they were not supported by his colleagues. And it also, I think his letter was a little bit kind of harsh to what we are experiencing now with the memorials that we're doing, as he referred to serious concerns, which is sort of overlapping with our laying of the wreath, meaning that to me took it as that laying of the wreath in DC is not a serious and not a significant and important event. Just wanted to also let the people know, because I know he gave you his letter, that I'm not going out there just to lay a wreath, as he says, but I'm going out there to meet with key White House officials. I'm going out there to meet with key Department of Defense officials. I'm going out there to meet with key congressional officials. And so I think his whole letter was just politicizing this All Rise program, Nestor. I think our administration has done some very important and very helpful financial aids to not just the people who need it, and not just the people that are not employed, and not just the people with certain income eligibilities, but also to the small business. Every dollar that has been received by our administration has been given back out to the people of Guam. So to equate it as something that laying the wreath in DC diminishes, I think, the significance in light of the fact that we are now going to all these various sites where we are honoring Armen Umku, we're honoring our people, we're honoring those who have died, we're honoring those who have suffered, we're honoring a very sensitive, very emotional, very tragic, very traumatic event, which is the occupation of the Japanese during World War II. And so to even mention that I'm just going out to DC to lay a wreath, I think diminishes and I think insults the people of Guam. And also, I think minimizes the tragic events that Armen Umku have experienced, and which I have included in the All Rise, which he did not. So as you can see, I'm very concerned about his letter. I think what he has said in his letter is, to me, I think used to politicize a very fragile situation. That's my response, Nestor.
You know, to be fair, we did ask the governor to come on this show last Tuesday. We put in the request, well, I put it into Crystal Paco San Augustine, and she said she would ask, and we never heard back. So I'm assuming it's a no, but we got the minority report here with Minority Leader Senator Chris Duenas, who was gracious enough to come on and share the show with us. Thank you for joining us, Senator.
Good morning, Chris and Bree and Jason. And to open this morning, I want to say, all rise.
All rise.
And to use BJ's quote, I know he's going to be following me. I can't wait to listen to him. I ain't buying it.
Boy, the gov was pretty triggered with this rise. You know what, though? I mean, what's really sad is that I don't know if it's just because maybe she doesn't hear from a lot of people who aren't in, but if you talk to anybody out here who's eligible for this RISE Act, they're very, very upset about it. And I just feel like if we had asked the governor, hey, what's your message to these people? Or if she'd have come out here and talked to them, or you know what I mean? If there wasn't this buffer between, you know, her and the regular people, the little people out here, then maybe she would get a clue as to how much of an emergency this is, not for Senator Moylan or the Guam legislature, but for the people that the RISE Act was intended to assist. And
Well
I just,
said, Chris.
crazy.
Well said, Chris. And, all of us senators are getting phone calls, emails, Facebook messages on a daily basis. And that's the absolute truth. You're right, Chris. The people who believe it's an emergency are the people who have been hanging on and holding out hope, especially since there's been so much media coverage over this. I really take issue with this discussion on politicizing the RISE Act. Governor, I'm sorry, but you're the only one, in my opinion, who has politicized this RISE Act. You snatched it out of the legislature, and the law is meaningless at this point. Because when you did what you did by executive order, you have taken over the program. But you constantly refer to the law. You refer to the law that the 30 million cap is all you can spend, although you've expanded the program exponentially. You refer to the law when you say that you have to have, all of the rules and regulations for the cumbersome application process. Everything that you have done has tried to have it both ways, referring to the law, the limitations of the law, but having done it by executive order, it's your program. You can expedite it. You can do what you need to do. You can raise the cap. You can do anything you need to do to take care of the people who are counting on this RISE Act. I call this RISE Act bipartisan. Jokingly, our good friend Lester Carlson, from the governor's office, who I take issue with on another issue, says, Senator Moylan, myself, and Senator Tony Atta are now his favorite Democrats because of the fact that the RISE Act, of course, was, done by a colleague of ours in the former legislature. And Jim Moylan's bill, basically, and the bill that Tony Atta and myself signed on to, was going to, enhance the RISE Act, was going to give some additional revenue. So all Jim's saying basically is, Senator Moylan's saying basically is, we have a vehicle here. We have a bill that could become law because you refer to the restrictions of the law that you can use to do this if you want to do it and fix what you say the law doesn't allow you to do, although you've done this by executive order. It's completely disingenuous to me, and I just think it's a disservice to the people.
Well, tell us what you really think.
I think I had an extra large smoothie this morning. But,
You must have got the wheatgrass.
Yeah, no, there was no special shots in that. But no, that is how I feel because the thing is that that's exactly what has happened to this. When it became the executive order, that was the introduction of the politicization of the process. If the governor would have just followed the law, as she refers to a number of different times, we wouldn't be talking about this anymore. The money would be in people's hands, and we would be moving on to other things.
Yeah.
Moving on to other things like the AARP plan.
Right. Let's just hang on this RISE for just a second, Senator. But I mean, the ignoring of the RISE Act law, she kind of set a pattern. I want to say when the speaker had that bill to give $10 million to GMH, $10 million they never got and was never accounted for. And now we have this RISE Act. At what point do you guys as a body or even a minority, at what point do you just kind of say, okay, enough letter writing, what can we really do about this situation? Because you're right, it's frustrating. It's so frustrating that we're sitting here talking about the governor paying out something that was passed into law in December and doing all the changes, adding all, everybody, but not putting the money there to cover everybody. You're right. I just don't understand. It's really sad.
And there were two letters. It wasn't just to the governor. There was also the letter to the speaker. I mean, do we really need the governor to call them into special session, or can the speaker do it herself? And if in fact that's the case, has there been a response to this call for a special session from her?
I haven't spoken to Senator Moylan this morning, but I thought he was, correct to do that as well. I mean, we do have that power. I gotta say that we constantly try to, work with the administration. We constantly try to work with the governor. there are so many solutions in a number of different bills. Before the legislature came out and was kind of duped when we were asked for our plan, and now we see nothing from the governor. Essentially, we have always tried to work. And that I'm proud of this legislature for that reason. You've had the speaker on a number of times. She's very clear on what she believes the RISE Act, what needs to happen. And so, yes, it's within her power. Hopefully she will, and now that the governor has declared that she's not going to call us into special session to address Senator Moylan's bill, which could be the vehicle to fix all the things if there are deficiencies. But certainly the speaker has the power, and I hope she does it. This is really something that's a growing concern for our community. I just wonder, if we do go in and do that and we pass this legislation in whatever form, what will the governor do then? Veto it, saying I've already issued an executive order? I mean, this is not how we want to govern. And I think this legislature time and time again has shown that we constantly try to work with the administration. But, a lot of the pushback that we get is, it's my show. And so I just think that's an unfortunate way to conduct business.
So what are you guys gonna what are you guys gonna do?
What are you gonna do about it?
I mean, you're not gonna get it. Apparently, this their spending plan, Adelup spending plan, is not gonna be
shared
by
I don't
during
get
your
it, though.
budget oversight.
I don't get it,
hearings.
'cause
by
every-
the time you guys gotta
I
finalize the
know.
budget.
And then every time you ask the governor about transparency, she's got to be like, this administration is the most transparent. We're the most open administration. We're the administration that shares all the documents with the public, but they're not.
We saw GDOE just last week, I think. They provided their spending plan for the our ARPA money that they're receiving, and it went from a $300 million budget to a $200 million budget.
Yeah.
So, what are you guys gonna do? I mean, how do you?
You folks are exactly right, and we need to have a serious talk to the budget chair. With the budget chair, you could see what was going on. As soon as they rolled out the 17 million that they were going to use the federal funds for on public health, the 10 million for GMH, and then I and my other colleagues kept asking questions to try to figure out how we were going to adjust the budget, they shut down. Now, a few of them, because I think it's the power of Chris and what does Jason have? That truth lasso? You were able to extract from a couple other agencies what their actual request was. But you could tell that there was a phone call or a cabinet meeting that took place that said, no more discussion on what we're doing with our funds. We're not telling the legislature, and we already saw their plan, and they showed us theirs, and we don't want to show them ours. So it's really been at this point another disingenuous process, and frankly I'm upset about it. I think that the people of Guam should be upset about it too. We're going into a budget process where now we don't know exactly what the governor wants to do with that money. Congressman San Nicolas invited some of us senators on to go through the update on the closing out of the comments and the questions. And Chris and Bree, let's break some news today, right? I really think what this is about is not about the program areas, but it's about the reporting requirements. And most of the questions that we were able to ascertain from the states were trying to figure out how they could match their programs to the ARP, right? And so what it came down to was, you guys already know the program areas. If you got a reporting requirement that doesn't show that you've met those program requirements, then you're going to have to pay for it yourself. It's pretty clear. These comments are really all about, some states maybe trying to put, a square peg in a round hole. If it doesn't fit, then you can't use it. But this thing about the fact that the program isn't established and we can't spend money is not right. Many states are spending money right now. The CNMI is spending money.
Crazy.
But the thing is, let's be clear. If you're going to spend money to help the people because of the pandemic, there's no reason why that's not pandemic related. If you're going to spend money, to take care of agencies like Customs, did you guys see Customs when they came in?
Yeah.
Customs
What a
is
shame.
flat broke.
Yep.
They can't even pay their rent up there. They were told to get to the back of the line in terms of doing their recruitments. They can't even do testing and prepare for the next cycle to come in. Meanwhile, they have retirements, resignations, all these things happening, and their workforce is just dwindling. That is absolutely a perfect expenditure of ARP funds, because they have lost most of the revenue because the airport shut down, and they're not getting the fees that normally come with the enplanements that come into Guam. You cannot tell me she can't drop 10 million into their budget right now. You got issues with agriculture. You got issues with other law enforcement that are not just the frontliners. You know, you got monitoring and all these kind of things that are happening, which a lot of their money came from special funds. Those special funds are non-existent right now. That is very clear that you could spend that money. So we're going to go in and try to fashion a budget that we don't even know, you know, what the governor intends to do. And I think that's just a bad way to work with the legislature. If I was the appropriations chair right now, I would consider maybe reducing, the overall general fund by $100 million and say, Governor, you know, where are you going to put this money? Or what agencies are you going to fund? So because this is no longer the budget that you sent to us, because we just don't know what you're going to do. You've already said you're going to spend 27, or you use 27 million for 2 healthcare agencies, and then you stop talking to us.
You know,
So something's got to clear.
So just as unified as the legislature was when they signed that letter with regard to their spending plan with the ARP funds, and you guys went up to Adelaide for this meeting, are we going to see some sort of a unified response to BB-MAR and Adelaide saying, we're not going to give you this spending plan? It might not happen till
Why don't you do like
after
in
the budget.
You know, in the state,
You know?
when the Congress and they're warring over the budget, they do like a shutdown. It's like, okay, you don't want to do it? Okay, we're just going to shut everything down. Because I really feel like you guys haven't upped the ante. I mean, the governor's just bulldozing you guys. She is. I mean, sorry to say, but she is. She's not paying the RISE Act. We sound like a broken record complaining about her not paying the RISE Act, but what are we actually doing about it?
I mean, not even a draft investment plan or something.
And it's crazy. I sent how many FOIAs to Adelup? I mean, I don't understand. I mean, it's stuff you're giving to the Treasury. Why can't you share with the people of Guam your plans? It's frustrating. I've reached out to the budget chair. I was just looking at my WhatsApp, Senator Joe San Augustine. I reached out to him on January 26th. Senator, can you come on about the budget and the shortfall? February 10th. Senator, can we get you and Steve G on to talk about the budget? February 24th. Senator, can you honor us with your presence on the link to talk about the budget? Monday, March 8th. Can you come on to talk about the state of the island? Put Fabot. Monday, March 15th. Can you come on tomorrow? Reacts to the governor's reopening plan. Wednesday, July 7th. Can you come on with Tello about the public hearing tomorrow at 7:30? Thursday, July 8th, can you come on and talk about the budget? No response. Nothing. Nothing.
I think you guys have done your job in teeing up the fact that the showdown's going to have to be the budget. The beauty of that is it's the committee of the whole. So, you know, God bless our good friend Lester Carlson. When we come down and we open up in the committee of the whole, and I will give this to the budget chair. He has done what we've asked him to do. He's marked off the whole month of August for the budget. He has told us that he is going to give us the budget 1 week before we go in. So we don't have to deal with this old school of, you know, in sometimes when the legislature is cold and you get the budget because it's such a voluminous document and they give it to you just when you walk in the session hall, that's what you can use to warm your hands because it just came out of the copier machine and that's what you get to do to review the budget. We're going to have a week to review the budget according to the chair. But I can tell you right now, the Republicans for sure will have many very poignant questions during the committee of the whole during the budget. And we might even fix the RISE Act in the budget. Stay tuned.
Wow. And, you know, so concerning because by September, no more PUA, right? I'm just kind of worried.
Can I mention one more thing?
Yeah.
That's confused me yesterday big time. You know, the governor mentioned that the tax, the child tax credit. When asked about that, when she was asked by a media outlet, are you going to do that on a monthly basis like it's prescribed for? And she said, well, we're going to take a look. Maybe we're going to do it once a year or twice a year. You know, those people that are getting that, and the expansion of that program is not to get a lump sum check once a year or twice a year.
They're
These
poor.
are people
They're
who
poor
are
people.
living on the poverty level.
Yeah, it's poor
They
people,
need
just
that
like the
check.
RISE Act. It's all poor people that are being ignored and shoved to the side.
They need that and deserve that check every month. And even if it's because of reimbursement, Chris and Bree, we can build up 1 quarter's worth of funding, you know, and at least let them know you're going to get your first quarter in the next couple of months. And then what we're going to do is we've built up that reserve already, and you will definitely get it on a monthly basis. If it requires legislation, I will introduce a bill. I got to make sure that we can effectuate programs coming from the federal government. But Governor, that is a disservice to the people to say you're going to give them that money once or twice a year. We don't need to treat that like the issue with regard to EITC and also the issue of tax refunds. These are monies coming directly from the federal government, and these monies need to be paid to these people who are trying to make ends meet and survive every day and every month.
Yeah, I don't know. The timing of this trip as well, I mean, lay all the wreaths you want, but there's just so many questions with this funding, and this is right about the time that they said the comment period would be over and we'd start hearing about the plan, the invisible plan for the American Rescue Plan. And it's crazy, like, you'd have no idea what you're going to use this money on, I mean, even off the top of your head.
Well, she said that they had a draft investment plan. That's what
Right,
she told
yeah.
Isaiah last week.
Correct. But you can't FOIA a draft anything, which is
Yeah.
why they're calling it a draft. So if I go send a FOIA, it's one of the exemptions, draft. Oh, we don't have to share it with the public. Well, why wouldn't you want to, though? If I would hear Senator Duenas, if I was the governor or the communications director, anybody who's paying attention, if anyone is, I'd be like, let's shut these clowns up. Let's come out with our plan. Boom. You know what I mean? It's so simple.
Exactly. And the thing, I want to call on the state clearinghouse too, because really right now, that's where the rubber hits the road. Everything that I read and heard, Chris and Bree, the program areas have not expanded. The comment period really has been for reporting requirements. That's why we have a state clearinghouse. A state clearinghouse is in the governor's office. It's supposed to tell every grant recipient, this is your program areas. This is what you will be approved to spend your money on. And this is, and I'll tell you one thing we shouldn't have spent our money on is that quarantine, because the public auditor ain't buying it. But if I can close with this, I was also very concerned, Bree, I know you're using the fact that we would go to PCOR 4, after our herd immunity accomplishment. Well, once again, Nestor asked the question that got us a real answer. The governor said, no, I will stay in PCOR 3 because of masks and some of this other stuff. And, I'm going to call it the way I see it. I think it's so that she can continue to extend the emergency powers. And if she's going to do that, then that's where I'm going to call on the legislature to stand up, pass a resolution, end the emergency.
Okay.
You mentioned that audit. What are your thoughts about that audit?
How about that audit, though?
Yeah.
Ooh, boy, that's why they had that press conference early. I think there was a deal. I bet the public auditor was like, I'll tell you what, I'll put out the audit after the press conference so you don't get all these, like, pesky son-in-law questions, because those are the worst. But trust me, I asked them.
Everything that the attention that I was able to pay to the 35th, the defining moment to me of the 35th was Senator Sabina Perez's oversight hearing. And I have never seen on camera and on Zoom so many staff members and others. You could literally see them walking behind the chairs of individuals to make sure that questions were either answered or not answered. Because you could literally see that they knew that they had, they knew they had a situation. And unfortunately, there wasn't a second one. But by that time, they've packed out of that place and headed for greener pastures. And so we were some of us were getting reports that that civil defense was the one really constantly saying, look, guys, this is going to be a problem. This allowable cost is just not going to cut it, and the general fund is going to have to pay for this. And I think that's what's going to end up happening in the end. Reporting requirements. If you report and you don't have a proper procurement, you're going to pay it yourself. And so that's why I'm saying the demonstration of emergency powers and emergency procurement has,
maybe
has been.
You saw Claudia Ekfaji. I remember that oversight hearing.
Yeah.
Claudia Ekfaji,
Carlo
Charles
Branch.
Esteves,
Yeah.
from Civil Defense. They were like, we ain't signing nothing.
Yeah.
You know?
And it's just funny to me because they really overextended themselves in trying to defend this haphazard and probably illegal procurement. I mean, there's everything in this audit, from the conflict of interest that the former legal counsel used to work for the bank and orchestrated this procurement in order to stave off a probable I mean, it's just nuts. It's nuts. It's crazy. But this is what everyone was saying, and now a year later, practically, the audit comes out, and it's like validation.
Bree, you not only had I'm not signing that, you had I didn't sign that.
Yeah. Remember that? And they digitally forged Linda. It was insane. That was insane.
Well, good for her. She wasn't playing ball, right? She said, no, that's not my signature.
Wow. You guys remember that? That's crazy. I want to go back and watch some of those shows for Liberation. Requeue. Well, Senator, it's been a blast. You're fired up this morning. I like that.
Well, thanks a lot. And in closing, though, I want to wish the people of Guam a very happy liberation. I know that there's been some assertion that, this is a time for reverence, a time for, us understanding and remembering. But it's also a time to remember that our people are resilient, and they fight for their rights. They survived the war. They're the greatest generation because they don't give up. And so, yes, we may have these battles, and yes, we may have these, words for each other, but it's because we believe in our island and we believe in our people. And we're not going to sit down and we're not going to lay down when we think something can be done. That is us liberating ourselves every day. Happy Liberation Day, Guam.
Thank you, Senator.
Thanks, Senator.
Senator Chris Duenas with the Minority Report. He's the minority leader of the Legislatura in Guam. We're going to take a quick break, and we're coming back with Project U and the Guam Police Department next, right here on The Link. Good morning.
We're on a mission to fill the bus with necessary school supplies and food for our island's children in need. The KUAM Care Force and Salvation Army, along with our partners GTA, Twinkles, Anderson Air Force Base, and Kloppenburg Enterprises, are collecting necessary items including school supplies and food items to help send our community's youngest and most vulnerable members back to school. New backpacks, notebooks, pencils, pens, crayons, and other donations are welcome, as well as food pantry items. Please do your part and give every child a chance to learn, grow, be nourished, and have a wonderful return to school. You may drop off your supplies to our Harmon Studios weekdays between 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. up until Friday, August 6th, or come down to our finale between 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Saturday, August 7th, where we'll be attempting to fill the bus with all your donations. Rise up to the challenge, embrace radical generosity, and help us fill the bus for Salvation Army and kids in need. See the complete list of items being accepted on KUAM.com.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
Get through the work week with a special office party from Uno Go and participating restaurants. Every week, we're delivering lunch from a local dining partner to one lucky office for up to 15 people. For a chance to win, all you have to do is 1. Register as a user on the Uno Go app or website. Existing registered users may be entered as well. 2. Follow us on Instagram or Facebook. And 3. Send us a message with your name, contact email, and phone number, your office, and its location. We'll draw a winner every Friday on The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, and streaming on Facebook Live, and coordinate the day of your choice for lunch to be delivered the following week. We'll also feature your office celebration on KUAM News every Friday. Put smiles on your co-workers' faces and enter today. Open to Guam residents only. Conditions apply. See the Uno Go Guam Facebook page for details. Thanks to our participating restaurants, Beach and Shrimp, Lone Star, Jamaican Grill, Ajisen, Sing's Cafe, Pika's, and the Sheraton Laguna Guam Resort.
This week's Office Party giveaway is from Jamaican Grill. Enter today to win.
The Culture Club returns to KUAM Digital and KUAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC. GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Welcome back to The Link, everybody. We have a special guest in the KUAM News Zoom room this morning. Our friend Sergeant Maggie Napati with the Guam Police Department, and GPD just completed another mission. And you know, GPD, they get their missions done. And this is Project U. Sarge, first of all, Hapaday, happy liberation to you and your family, and welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me. Happy liberation.
All right. So can I just ask, you know, on a personal note, what did it mean to you and your fellow officers, the men and women in blue, to actually be able to work with young people? And as you know, you and I were talking during the commercial break and everything, and there was a lot of one-to-one interaction because it wasn't a huge amount of kids. So a lot of the officers got to directly spend quality time, you know, imparting wisdom and teaching these kids how to make the right decisions and to be good, positive members of our island community.
It meant a lot, most especially to the officers that were directly interacting with some of the youth participants. Most often, the interaction that we have with our youth are typically during school. And so an assessment of our department projects and programs, we identified that there was a gap, and predominantly outreach is done in the elementary and middle school classrooms, and very rarely would we be able to make it out to the high school school population and conduct outreach program or a project. So we thought it'd be most fitting for this pilot program to be rolled out as a mentorship program for youth ages 14 to 17. So it meant a lot for us to be able to interact with them on a one-to-one basis. And we had 11 participants, which really gave a lot of one-on-one time for the mentorship portion of the program, which was Mentor Mondays was our day, the Guam Police Department's day, along with the Department of Youth Affairs. So we really took the youth participants on a journey on a career as a police officer. We had so much fun with them. It was really something that the Guam Police Department has not done. So it was a learning process for all involved. And it was amazing. It was amazing to see this through for the 4 weeks.
Now, Sarge, I know I'm really, really dating myself here, but I'm old enough to remember when a very former colleague of yours at GPD, Sergeant Phil Dennis, you know, like a legend in GPD, would come out to our schools, and he would speak to our student body and just be like, hey, you know, we're your friends. If you see us coming down the street, that means we're here to help you. It doesn't mean, you know, like you should be afraid of us, that, you know, you need to run inside your house. If you see GPD and you see the big shiny badge, that means we're here to take care of you. So, you know, we want to be, you know, your friends. And at the same time, we want to teach you guys to do the right thing. Was there a particular message that you were trying to marshal to, you know, these young people? Was there a core theme that you were all working with?
Well, we really wanted to show a different side to the Guam Police Department, the uniform, the badge that, you know, everybody predominantly recognizes at first sight with police officers, and really connect with the youth on a different level. We were able to mentor them throughout the program, so we got to know them on a personal basis, and we hope to become lifelong mentors throughout this program. Project U, the 2021 Project U Youth Summer Program, is just the beginning of what Project U has to offer our schools on Guam, and most especially our community.
Now, Sarge, of course, when it comes to working with young people, you know, a child's like attention span, like you know, you can lose them in a minute. So I mean, it's a really tough thing to do. And you know, we've interviewed some young people here. It's not an easy thing. I was like the kind of person, if an officer went up to me and just said, you know, like, I'm here to take care of you, like I said, you know, like, you know, we're your friends and everything for me, and, you know, make good, smart life choices. Do not, you know, stray from what you're supposed to do. I would be like, okay, you've got other kids who are like, they act like, you know, okay, well, I'm too cool to care and I'm among my friends and everything like that. So how did you guys approach, you know, trying to connect with them? And, you know, like there's so many different things the kids go through, and peer pressure and things like that. How difficult did you find that challenge?
And that was the focus of the Youth Summer Program, was to teach them about leadership, to become leaders in their schools and in their communities. So we focused on teaching them leadership, core values, and life skills. So with the help of our Safe School partners, we were able to deliver that curriculum. We partnered with Guam Department of Education, Mayor's Council of Guam, Thrive Coalition under WestCare, Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center, Department of Youth Affairs, the Office of the Attorney General. And I just want to give a special thanks to GCA Trades Academy, who were the host facility for the program, and most especially Manyetlu. Manyetlu actually took me under their wing and mentored me throughout this process because they're the subject matter experts on mentorship, right? So they were able to take me through a journey on what it is to be a mentor, and to put something of this magnitude together and really focus my perspective and hone in on my own skills to be a mentor in the program, and, you know, perpetuate a positive light, humanize the badge, and really connect with the youth. So I just want to say, you know, thank you to Manyetlu, Samantha Taitano, Shannon Seguenza of Micronesian Resource Center, and most especially, if I could add, that the program was partially funded under Substance Abuse Prevention and Treatment Block. It's a grant under the Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center. So thank you, Manyetlu and Micronesian Resource Center. It was a journey for myself too.
Yeah, so, Samantha Taitano and her team do absolutely amazing work over there. And, you know, I really appreciate, Sarge, how you kind of contextualize that, because I wanted to ask, you know, obviously the children's lives were transformed, and you guys made an impact on them in positive ways and everything. But conversely, how did you and your fellow officers, you know, feel afterwards and everything like that? You know, having that direct mentorship and saying, you know, we're going out into the community, and, you know, we've been able to reach these kids, and, you know, and I'm sure they had an impact on you as well.
They felt great. The feedback that I got was very positive. We we had the completion ceremony on Wednesday. And up until even yesterday, we're still communicating with the youth participants. Some of them are transitioning over to GCA Trades Academy's summer programs, so to finish their summer. But we're looking to be lifelong mentors to the youth participants, and as the years go by, train previous participants to become mentors as well, and move the program in a larger on a larger scale and in a better direction. Now we're able to assess, department capabilities and the capabilities and contributions of our Safe School partners. So thankfully, it was a realization that the collaboration with our Safe School partners, which is a collection of both government and non-government organizations, by coming together and collaborating to make Project U Summer Program happen, we realized that we're a powerhouse when we work together. We definitely are. And I'm just very excited for the things to come. And like I said, this is just the beginning of what Project U has to offer our youth and our community.
Mm-hmm. And since you mentioned feedback, did any of the youth that participated indicate to you or anybody else that they're like, wow, I never really knew what being a cop and wearing the badge really, really meant, and I think I would like to do that now. And they were like, I see the work that you guys have put in. It's not just, one day you show up, you sign a couple pieces of paper. Next thing you know, you put on a nice fancy blue suit. You guys go through the training. There's a lot of academic work. There's the physical. There's the mental. There's emotional toughness. There's the camaraderie between everyone who wears the badge. So did any of them say, wow, like being a police officer is a lot harder than I thought, but you guys are superheroes and I want to do that now?
Yes, definitely. We had that type of feedback, and we're really excited about it because it really changed some of the attitudes, not just with the participants, but also with the other summer camp that was going on at GCA Trades Academy, because they're hosting their own. So their students as well would interact with us during passing, and they would inquire on what it is, what it takes to become a police officer. How can they get started? They're an up and coming senior, so what's the age? What are the requirements? So we had a lot of questions and interest in a career as a police officer. So that was great. Feedback was great. Some of our own participants are interested in becoming police officers. So we really want to keep connected with them and continue mentoring them throughout their high school years.
All right, and I don't think it's cliche at all, Sarge, to say and that's why you guys made the solemn vow to say to protect and to serve in our community.
Yes, most definitely.
All right, so thank you very much, and we really appreciate that, Sarge, and congratulations to you and your team for doing such a fantastic job. And like you said, I mean, it's not This wasn't just a project that a few of you got to take some time out of your normal details and everything like that. You said you guys have all made the commitment to be lifelong mentors to these young people and everything. So that is absolutely commendable.
Yes, thank you guys for having me.
All right, and happy Liberation, Sarge.
Happy Liberation to you guys too.
All right, have a wonderful day. Please stay tuned, everybody, because when we come back, we are talking with the public auditor himself. BJ Cruz is standing by, and he is up next.
Learn more about our region. The work week with a special office party from Uno Go and participating restaurants. Every week, we're delivering lunch from a local dining partner to one lucky office for up to 15 people. For a chance to win, all you have to do is 1. Register as a user on the Uno Go app or website. Existing registered users may be entered as well. 2. Follow us on Instagram or Facebook. And 3. Send us a message with your name, contact email, and phone number, your office, and its location. We'll draw a winner every Friday on the link on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11 and streaming on Facebook Live, and coordinate the day of your choice for lunch to be delivered the following week. We'll also feature your office celebration on KUAM News every Friday. Put smiles on your co-workers' faces and enter today. Open to Guam residents only. Conditions apply. See the Uno Go Guam Facebook page for details. Thanks to our participating restaurants, Beach and Shrimp, Lone Star, Jamaican Grill, Ajisen, Sing's Cafe, Pika's, and the Sheraton Laguna Guam Resort.
This week's Office Party giveaway is from Jamaican Grill. Enter today to win.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
KUAM Digital presents a series highlighting the wide array of talents on our island. Whether they're a standout gamer, extreme athlete, performer, or have a unique skill to show off, we're showcasing them every month on Wow Factor. Brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the do.
Make sure you're connected. The writing's on the wall. 'Cause if your mind's neglected, stumble you might fall,
Connection is a human necessity, one we need today more than ever. And with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances. And it all starts with yes.
Get yourself all caught up with the week's games, scores, and highlights with the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup on KUAM News Weekend Edition. It's all inclusive, all the fun and all the action wrapped up in the perfect presentation. Relive the moments on the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup, brought to you by Gatorade. Greatness starts with G. KUAM Digital presents a series highlighting the wide array of talents on our island. Whether they're a standout gamer, extreme athlete, performer, or have a unique skill to show off, we're showcasing them every month on Wow Factor. Brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the do.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage, with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapaco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla! We're on a mission to fill the bus with necessary school supplies and food for our island's children in need. The KUAM Care Force and Salvation Army, along with our partners GTA, Twinkles, Anderson Air Force Base, and Kloppenberg Enterprises, are collecting necessary items including school supplies and food items to help send our community's youngest and most vulnerable members back to school. New backpacks, notebooks, pencils, pens, crayons, and other donations are welcome, as well as food pantry items. Please do your part and give every child a chance to learn, grow, be nourished, and have a wonderful return to school. You may drop off your supplies to our Harmon Studios weekdays between 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. up until Friday, August 6th, or come down to our finale between 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Saturday, August 7th, where we'll be attempting to fill the bus with all your donations. Rise up to the challenge, embrace radical generosity, and help us fill the bus for Salvation Army and kids in need. See the complete list of items being accepted on KUAM.com.
Every night I'm in some bar, I'm pouring whiskey on a heart that's on fire. Forgetting you is no easy thing. Each night with me always ends the same.
Hey, that's classic Live Local Fridays from Shannon Standridge. I think he was either a military husband or stationed here. Did a great set of country music.
It's closing time. I'm drunk again.
You ever hear that old one about what do you get when you play a country song backwards, Jay? You get your wife back, you get your house back, and you get your dog back. It's 9:26. This is The Link. Fill the bus. Jason Solis.
Yeah, so if you guys would like to help us, and we certainly hope that you do, we are on a mission with our friends at the Salvation Army of Guam, along with Kloppenberg Enterprises and GTA and a whole bunch of other partners, and we are trying to outfit needy kids in our island. Remember, we had the captains from the Salvation Army, Captains Carrick and Ari Rudd, here a couple days ago, and they were saying 500 sets of proper school supplies are needed. They've almost got all the bags, but we are taking up a collection, and we are aiming to fill the bus. So Kloppenberg is nice enough; they're going to let us borrow one of their buses, and we are going to fill this with all of your donations. So we got a few donations already, but we need so many more. You can donate erasers, writing instruments, so pencils, pens, crayons, markers, paper, composition books. These are for kids of all ages on our island that we're going to send them this fall back into the class when we resume normal, semi-normal educational formats and everything, and give them the tools that they need to be successful. So you can drop them off here at the KUM studios. We are right across the street from Cost You Less in Harmon. You can drop them off from 9 until 4 in the afternoon. And thank you so much for your help as we fill the bus.
Thank you very much, Jason Solis. Sabrina Solis-Mantonani, good morning.
Good morning.
We now head over to the KUM News Zoom room where we have the public auditor, BJ Cruz, fresh off a pretty hot audit, And this was relative to, what were we calling it back then, Bree? Was it like Quarantine Chronicles or something? You came up with this little, man.
I don't even remember.
Yeah, but it was basically this whole Pacific Star procurement. And just, I'm going to take you guys back. Just Chris Notes version. The Pacific Star was procured by, at the time, it was the then legal counsel and son-in-law of Governor Lulian Guerrero, Hai Hyun. But before that, it had been tasked to Tim Uggan, who was the Homeland Security advisor. But I guess the governor, somebody had complained that he was just taking too long. And so that's where the legal counsel slash the slasher, I call him, slash son-in-law, comes in and takes charge of the whole thing. And it just accelerated quickly. There was also a conflict of interest that was cited in the audit because the son-in-law legal counsel had come from working at the bank at which the owner of the hotel had had a loan for. And there was also Linda Unpinko DeNorcy's signature was digitally forged. Remember that? And she was like, I didn't sign anything with Pacific Star. So there was a whole bunch of drama on it. And Senator Sabina Perez, the procurement chair, had an oversight hearing relative to this. And it was hot. And in this oversight hearing, you just had, it was all kinds of crazy. There was someone from the AG's office. And then there was the legal counsel son-in-law who was speaking on it. And then you had the former policy advisor, Carlo Branch, who was also trying to get in on some of the answers. So it was just a crazy, big, hot mess, the first hot mess of the pandemic. But then what they ended up doing was, after all that, they put the procurement where it was supposed to go, which was Homeland Security and the Office of Civil Defense. And they kind of have experience doing this kind of thing because they do procurement. I don't know how much procurement they did over at the bank, but from the looks of it, not very much, according to this audit. And let's go in with the public auditor. But yeah, this was a hot one, BJ.
Thank you, and I thank my staff for their perseverance in pushing this through. They've been collecting all the data for a while, and then trying to do this remotely was really difficult, and then trying to make sure that we provided everybody the opportunity to respond. I mean, sometimes it would take weeks and actually months for some documents to get to us, and we still did not feel that the procurement record was complete in any of the procurements. Though they, in the second and third procurement, they were able to address the issue of conflict and, as you put it, put the responsibility where the responsibility ought to be. They still did not, Homeland Security still did not keep a complete procurement record. And that was part of the problem, is that using this emergency procurement, people get lax in what they're collecting and what they're doing. And so that was the reason why we had to point that out. it was an unprecedented time, and the administration should get credit for listening. Actually, I was surprised when we went through the emails and discovered that the administration was aware that this COVID problem could or should be addressed, and as far back as January, had tasked Homeland Security with going out and getting ready to get hotels. But January and February passed, and most of March passed when the flight from the Philippines was coming in, and they needed hotels right away. And fortunately or unfortunately, the one person the governor could turn to was her legal counsel, and was able to get it done, though with issues. And so we just have to point out the issues, and we hope that everybody's learned from the misjudgments and the mistakes. The legislature is starting to address it. They realize that 30 days is too short with some of these pandemics or these disasters. They've changed the law to make it, I believe it's 90 days now that you can have declare an emergency. And so those issues that we pointed out in the early procurements have been addressed. Exceeding the 30-day limits have been addressed, but procurement records still has not been done. There's been no analytics. No one has sat down and tried to figure out how many rooms do we really need. And so I'm hoping that this will start a discussion, and after discussion to try to figure out, start planning ahead. And I keep wanting to point out that it's been 16 months now, 17 months. You cannot continue to use the emergency, and I use air quotes, as a basis for continued emergency procurement. You've had sufficient time. I mean, I like I don't know, I'll misquote it now, the Guam Supreme Court, when it issued its decision on the governor's emergency powers. It says, yes, the governor has emergency powers, and the Constitution can take a short break, but only for a while, because the Constitution does not go on sabbatical. And so they're acting like it's gone on sabbatical with procurement, and they really shouldn't be. And so we'd like to get it back on track, and so that we can use this money properly. We have a second audit starting from this one, because at the SCS, I discovered that they had spent $48 million, or at least that's what was reported, on hotels and accommodations. And so we're going to break that down and do a study, an audit on that, and how all that money was spent, and whether or not you needed to keep 5 different hotels. And so that audit has now started and is ongoing.
So is it the audit when we're talking about the like the PacStar, right? So is it bad or is it justified? Because when I read the audit, it seemed like it was pretty egregious. But when I hear you explain it, you say things like, oh, well, it was, unprecedented, and we got to give the administration credit.
Well, judging from the time and what happened in March, if they had gone through and followed what they were doing in January, there would have been, you wouldn't have had this problem. It was unfortunate that the ball was dropped and it had to be picked up so late in March. And when it was done in March, the person had conflict, and the hotels that responded were the hotels, and one of the hotels was the conflicted hotel, and that was unfortunate, but it was necessary at the time. It was needed, but had it been done properly from January, someone else could have procured that same hotel without the conflict, and there wouldn't have been this issue.
Can you kind of just clarify then, does the Emergency Health Powers Act give the governor authority or these special powers to do, I guess, whatever they did with the procurement of the quarantine and ISOFAX? Because I remember back then it was like, oh, well, you can bypass procurement laws. We could do this under emergency purchases.
The fact that they allowed it to lapse from January to March, and they needed to do something. One could argue that in March there wasn't 2020. There wasn't need for emergency procurement because someone had messed up the start of the January procurement.
Yeah.
But after that first one in our audit, we point out after May there should have been no need to continue to do emergency. You've had sufficient time. You could have used the time to go out and do the invitations or the requests, an RFP or an IFP, whichever one you felt you needed to do, but there was no need to continue to do the emergencies. And then to use the emergency, again, and I use air quotes, to justify all kinds of procurement. I mean, it just, of other kinds of things. We were all shocked with the number of procurements that $28 million listing that everybody was concerned about. Properly done, that you wouldn't have had that problem, and you wouldn't have had the issues of who was the one that was getting the contracts and how those things were done. And so we felt that since May of last year, the administration could have and should have been using the regular procurement process for everything that they were doing, because they've had some time. Even if we gave them the benefit of the doubt of the emergency in March, by May, that need was not there. You've had time to be able to do a regular procurement. You've had time you would have had time to go out and do the invitations to bid, and it should not continue through 2021 to be able to keep using it as an excuse. The emergency procurement for all kinds of things that even weren't related to the.
I just wanted to ask if your audit determined that the Office of the Governor didn't comply with local procurement law, including deficiencies like improper procuring authority, conflict of interest, incomplete procurement record, and contract issues. Are these like actionable items that could be forwarded to the Attorney General? I mean, is there well, in your audit it says that they didn't comply with local procurement law. Does that mean that the law was broken, and is there something that the AG could pursue with this, or is it kind of like no one wants to touch this one because it's the governor's son-in-law?
Well, fortunately, the AG and I don't agree on this. And if you read the financial audits, and I think I mentioned it when the financial audit for the GovGuam came out, and there was that one they had that one finding about for the COVID hotels one the auditors couldn't look at. Looked at it and said there were no analytics were done, and procurement wasn't followed. But unfortunately, the administration is going on they got advice from I guess they're saying they had advice from the Attorney General that said they could. I don't know.
Yeah, because in that oversight hearing, the AG was with I can't remember her
She
name.
kept saying she couldn't answer because of attorney-client privilege. Yeah. I remember that.
And so there may have been advice there, and so we're just pointing it out that at least from our reading, that and some ways may say that it is too strict a reading of the procurement law, but no, we're just reading the procurement law just as we see it. And again, as I pointed out, even the Supreme Court, when acknowledging the powers of the governor, said, the laws can be avoided for a short period, but it's not going to go on sabbatical and be forever away for a year and some. So we've got to learn from it and plan better.
So you know how they always, you hear these things where like different agencies and they'll say something like, oh, we forwarded the findings to the AG's office for like with the Jack Hattig land trust forgery thing. Are you forwarding this audit to the AG's office? Because if you say there's actionable items here that could lead to prosecution and the procurement law was broken, in your opinion, yes or no, do you think that this is something that
we found questionable costs of that whole first of that whole procurement in March, and so we listed all the amounts there as question costs. I don't think it's something that I don't know. I don't hesitate to speak for the Attorney General. I don't think they will be doing anything about this. But we just wanted to point it out because we've got to point it out that from the audit perspective that it's our finding, and I think we were bolstered by the finding of the external auditor in the financial audit that said that they had issues with this, but the administration is claiming that on the advice of counsel, so you can't ding them on it if they're claiming it's under color of
convenient.
Advice from
I mean, I only ask because you were a judge. I know you're not trying to speak for the AG, but I just assume you would maybe have a pretty legit opinion on whether or not someone could be prosecuted for this kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Bree.
Yeah, I wanted to just follow up on one of the findings here regarding, it's number 4. The quarantine and isolation facility contracts did not conform to the requirements set forth in the governor's executive order. So were there actual contracts that were signed to pay out these hotels? And what did you mean by the requirements set forth in the governor's executive order?
Well, the executive order was only for 30 days, and some of them went for as many as 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
They all exceeded the limits, and no, there were no contracts, unfortunately, that were signed. So those really should have been air quotes in that whatever agreements they had were all most of it was verbal, and they were all purchase orders, and that kind of purchase for purchase orders for $48 million, really?
Ooh.
So we're going to look at that and we'll issue our findings on how we view that from the audit perspective. We just question the cost, and it's not an issue of actionable and whether or not it's going to be anything's going to be done by the AG. It's just question cost.
Okay.
All right.
Clearly, though, you weren't satisfied with the response you got from Adelup. What?
Well, no. You know, I mean, we even put it in the report. We quoted them. You know that after we gave them an additional month to respond to us, and the response they asked was a real legalese response. We cannot answer this because you didn't provide us with enough information as to who would the name of the person, and I was like, really? Do you really want me to start naming names and amounts and what I believe? Look, I don't think you want me to do that.
Yeah, we do.
No, I mean, no, not from my audit, and you're not going to get it from me on the air either. Enough that we pointed it out. But I mean, you know, don't play that legalese with us. You know, it was, if you didn't think that we, you know, to say that it was hearsay that there was a conflict of interest, maybe before by the time it came out, there was the whole court action, which documented it.
Yeah.
But even before that, my auditors somehow were resourceful enough to have gotten a copy of the mortgage. So we knew that there had been a mortgage with the bank, and we wouldn't have put it in the initial draft, and we wouldn't have left it in if we didn't have the mortgage. And it's subsequently been confirmed in fights in court where they were the plaintiffs, and you know, garnishing money. To make that kind of response was just.
Right. Let me just read this response, because this is the Office of the Governor's response, right, to the conflict of interest. References in the draft report to hearsay contained in unidentified media sources is insufficient to provide the Office of the Governor or the employee in question with necessary information to formulate a proper response. Accordingly, the Office of the Governor requests more precise information related to this finding and an opportunity to respond at such time such information is provided.
Ooh, take that, BJ. Ooh, get wrecked. You gonna let them talk to you like that? Wow.
You do.
Right on. But your response to that basically was, yeah, thanks. Audit's still the same.
Yes, you know, I mean, we have a copy of the mortgage. We don't, as a practice, we don't name names in our audits. It's just a practice that we have, and they knew. I mean, they should know who we were talking about, but enough.
Enough. Well, happy liberation, BJ.
Yeah.
Thank you for liberating this information for us in this audit.
Thank you.
All right. Take care.
And of course, it's Liberation Day. It's finally going to rain.
Yeah, I know, right? Like clockwork. We don't even need to do weather. It's like Liberation Day, up, rain. Got it. Thank you, Public Auditor.
Right.
I'll see you. Hey, quick break, really quick break. We're coming back with the Finogi Coalition. Wow, we're going to squeeze a whole lot of info. They're doing a forum.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Good. That
Okay.
wasn't okay. They're doing a forum. Coming up.
I'm not like on the spot. Pull it up right now. What's wrong with you, girl?
It's 9:51. We're back with more of the link next. Good morning.
Get up and move, Guam! Join the mayors of Talifofon, Inilahan for Haan and Minagov. A great day to celebrate the reopening of our island at the Valley of the Latte. Saturday, July 31st from 10 to 5 p.m. Local artists, farmers, and Guam-made products will be on hand while you enjoy performances from our best cultural entertainers and musicians. Enjoy the finest food that Southern Guam has to offer. Help us open our newest attraction, the Micronesia Indonesia Cultural Village. Tickets can be purchased online at valleyoftheLadi.com. Haanan Minagov is brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau, Guam Economic Development Authority, Valley of the Ladi Jungle Riverboat Cruise, Kloppenberg Enterprises, Para Ipribetsu Itautauta, the Guam Brewery, Island Beverage Distributors, and the stations of KUAM.
A new musical competition series from NBC focusing on original music is in the works, and they're looking for contestants. American Song Contest is modeled after the hit European phenomenon Eurovision, which has produced some of the most talented performers the world has ever known. The show's looking for individuals and bands from all types of music to find an act in every state and territory, including representatives from Guam and the CNMI. Go online to AmericanSongSubmissions.com to enter and submit your original song submissions now. Must be 16 years or older, and groups cannot exceed 6 people. Additional conditions apply. So apply today and get ready to rep our island on the national stage. American Song Contest debuts next spring on NBC.
The Culture Club returns to KOAM Digital and KOAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KOAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. Get through the work week with a special office party from Uno Go and participating restaurants. Every week, we're delivering lunch from a local dining partner to one lucky office for up to 15 people. For a chance to win, all you have to do is 1. Register as a user on the Uno Go app or website. Existing registered users may be entered as well. 2. Follow us on Instagram or Facebook. And 3. Send us a message with your name, contact email, and phone number, your office, and its location. We'll draw a winner every Friday on The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11 and streaming on Facebook Live, and coordinate the day of your choice for lunch to be delivered the following week. We'll also feature your office celebration on KUAM News every Friday. Put smiles on your co-workers' faces and enter today. Open to Guam residents only. Conditions apply. See the Uno Go Guam Facebook page for details. Thanks to our participating restaurants, Beach and Shrimp, Lone Star, Jamaican Grill, Ajisen, Sing's Cafe, Pika's, and the Sheraton Laguna Guam Resort.
This week's Office Party giveaway is from Jamaican Grill. Enter today to win. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC.
All the flavors, but there's one thing I can't understand is why I'm never satisfied. There's something about the feeling when you start craving, the flashback reminiscing about that one very first luau, and then I'll start to head back home. I'll call my brothers up on the phone, take you to a very special place where we can.
All right, 9:56. Good morning. Hey, hey. No offense, but I tried poi in Hawaii and I did not like it at all. Definitely an acquired taste. Good morning. It's 9:56, Tuesday, July 20th. Good morning. Let's get in with the Fanogi Coalition. They're doing a big forum here. ahead of Liberation Day, obviously a big decolonization forum, and we have in the KUAM News Zoom room from Independence, Guahan Maget Bavakwa. Good morning, Maget.
Buenas. Morning.
Also from the Statehood Task Force, Mr. Dewey Huffer.
Buenas and half a day, Total Hamza.
And he's a former youth Congress member serving on the decolonization commission. Tristan Quintanilla. Good morning. Good morning. So let's just get right into it. There's a forum with Finogi. And if you guys don't know, the Finogi Coalition is an organization comprised of, I want to say, about 5 million different community and cultural organizations. It really is. They did a whole march, which was jaw-dropping to me. They did a whole march ahead of the Davis case. You remember they filled Marine Drive with just a couple thousand people. So that's the Finogi Coalition. And we're doing a forum 5:30, right?
Yes, the forum is tonight. So the Finogi Coalition, we started doing events during the pandemic, so they were all virtual. But things are a little more open up. People have been hungering for a little bit more than watching Zoom webinars. And so we decided to have it at the Guam Museum Theater, 5:30 to 7:30 tonight. The Finogi for the Future, Guam's Liberation Part 2 forum.
Dewey?
So basically, what we want to do is we're again we have this mission to educate the people. A lot of people believe that decolonization and self-determination is all about independence, rah rah rah. We want freedom from the United States and get rid of the white man, and that's really not true, and it's very misinformed opinion. So what we're trying to do is really educate people is as to the importance of self-determination and why decolonization and that process is so important. And it's not about independence. It's about the peoples of Guam's choice. It's about our future, and that's why we've got that name in the forum that we're doing. Because the things that we do today are not going to affect us as much as they will our children and our grandchildren. And so that's really what we're trying to do. We want people to get engaged and to understand and to feel the passion that we do for our self-governance, for our government. A lot of times we sit back and we complain, oh, the government this, the government that, why can't we do this? Why can't we do that? Why are things on Guam so expensive? Why do we have to import things? And why do we have to pay so much for travel and things like that? And so, a lot of that is about our economics, and that's all controlled by the government. And so this is our opportunity to make a stand to essentially, we have the same power and capability that the forefathers of the United States have. George Washington, and so that's all we're asking for is that people get involved and care as much as we do.
Right.
Because it's for our kids and our grandchildren.
It's for the children, Dewey. Stand by, guys. We're going to sign off on KUAM TV, and then we'll continue on our Facebook Live for just a few to kind of wrap this. Viewers on KUAM TV for Jason. Good job today, Jay.
All right. Always fun with you guys.
And Sabrina Salas Mantonani. I'm Chris. KUAM TV. Hasta adios! And we're back. This is kind of the first, and we're here with, from Independence, Guahan Maget Bavakwa, from the Statehood Task Force, Dewey Huffer, from the Commission on Decolonization, Tristan Quintanilla. But this is like the first, I want to say, unless I miss it, the first time out for a lot of you guys since the Davis case.
Yeah, or at least in organizing things in the public. Yeah,
right.
Just because the pandemic shut a lot of things down, and so we've had forums online, all sorts of stuff like that. But I think, as July is such an important month for reflecting and remembering and thinking, and so we oftentimes remember what happened in the past, but let's also think about the future. And B.J. Cruz, who was on here just prior to us, he was part of OPIR, and a number of other Chamorro activist groups, and they were some of the first ones to really ask the question, "Kung magahin naman libre hit?" On July 21st, are we really liberated? You know, there was definitely a liberation from Japanese occupation, but won't the real liberation come when we stop being a territory? And so that's the spirit that we're sort of thinking about for this forum, is that, you know, let's honor the past, let's remember it, but then we also have to think about our next steps. It's good to think about the past, but we also have to think what's next for Guam, you know, statehood, free association, independence. Let's get back into that conversation.
Right, and you're right. Let's get back into it, because it's been a pretty difficult conversation to have over the last year, not just because of COVID, but also because of this avalanche of federal money that we received. It kind of, I mean, I think in a lot of people's minds, even some people who maybe supported this movement, put ice on it because they felt like, oh, why should we be talking about breaking from the U.S. in any way, shape, or form, whether it's free association, statehood, or independence, or whatever, when they just gave us $3 billion, right? So it's kind of been difficult to even engage in conversation because of this, right? Dewey, go ahead.
That's one of the...
Yeah, or go ahead.
Oh yeah, and Dewey may want to talk on this, because that's one of the things that needs to be sort of demystified about this, is that if you thought that Guam got all these lifelines from the United States, these federal fund lifelines, and you like that, well, then as a territory, Guam got far less than it actually would as a state. And that as a state, Guam would have been in the position to get a lot of extra funding, which is what states were able to get in part of those huge aid packages. And so that's why it's important that these conversations aren't just about independence, because a lot of people think it's just about independence.
Yeah, because of you, Naima,
It's about
your marketing is too good for Independence Guam. Your marketing it's too good, and now everyone associates decolonization with independence.
But it is, but let me give Dewey a chance to talk
right,
more
Dewey?
on that.
Yeah, no, I mean, you know, and that's the thing, right? Is we as a territory are very limited in our capabilities. The governor has very limited power. Yes, we've got billions of dollars, but we like Miguel said, we could have gotten more. If we were a state, you know, we could have gotten more. We would have had more of a voice. We could have more control over the way we spend. You know, we would have control over how quickly things were done. But again, because as a territory, there's so much, the steps are a lot more difficult for us. You've got more layers of bureaucracy. Whereas with the state, you know, it's clear set. All the other states are doing it. This is what Guam's going to do. As a territory, it's okay. Well, we need to check the compact impact. We need to check the, you know, all the different legislative data that we have. How are we going to do this? And as you can see from the earlier interview with BJ, there's a lot of different items that have to be taken into consideration. And so being a territory complicates that. By us moving forward and taking advantage of the power that we have. And that's the thing, right? I think the root of the issue is that people don't see the power that we hold as Chamorros, as Guamanian people, as an island. We have the ability to determine our future and to say what we want. But people are afraid, and we're full of fear, right? My theory is that we've been colonized for over 500 years. And so now we don't really know how to speak out for ourselves. Since the Spanish came, we've been taught, you know what, you're inferior. You need to do whatever the colonizer tells you to do. Otherwise you will be punished and killed. And I think that somehow has transcended all the generations and exists today on our island. Everybody is afraid to speak up. You know, we don't want to bite the hand that feeds us. And we shouldn't have that fear. The Constitution exists to protect us from that mentality and from that punishment, so to speak. You know, we have freedom of speech. We're you know, right now though, interestingly enough, they're examining the issues of voting and what you know, freedom to vote and our voter rights. Then that's another thing too, is that there's so much misinformation being passed around that people are just, again, leading further down this path of fear. And so I think more people need to speak up about things that are happening on our island, and not just there, but even in the world. And once we can start the communication, then the clarity will come. But as long as people stay quiet, live in fear, and accept whatever information is fed to them, then we won't be able to progress, and we'll continue to just, decline, because that's kind of what's going to happen. And we're going to see that throughout the entire globe as a result of this pandemic.
All right, Tristan, I don't want to let these old farts hog the mic the whole time, so go ahead.
Could you repeat the question again? Sorry.
It wasn't really a question. Just so, what's going to be covered in this forum, and what are you excited about hearing?
Well, what I'm most excited about is just having the opportunity to continue learning about decolonization. For the youth, decolonization is a very scary topic. It has two major flaws. That is that it has a how do I put this? It's a big learning curve. You have to learn a lot in order to fully understand decolonization and to make a value judgment on it. Second flaw is that it's very boring and very complicated. And so for the youth, we're going through very turbulent times right now. We got the pandemic going on and the economic depression that's going on. A lot of us can't really concern ourselves with abstract concepts like decolonization. And so forums like these need to step in to make decolonization, present it as something that's important, something that's actually relevant to your day-to-day lives. A lot of youth on Guam were very despondent, very nihilistic. Why should I care about decolonization? I got to worry about my family. I got to worry about feeding my kids. I got to worry about going to college. Why should I care about this? What does this matter? Well, as Dewey was putting it, there are a lot of reasons why decolonization matters, but we're a generation that's very detached from the very concept of decolonization. But of course, we're the ones that are going to inherit this responsibility. And it is something that has to happen. It is something that we have to participate in. And so these forums are very important for getting the youth involved and getting us educated, because one day we will have to make a choice. And as it's going, if we don't get informed, the choice we might make is to not make a choice and to just continue. And, that's the one thing that I think all three task forces can agree shouldn't happen.
Yeah. And I love that. I love that there's that common ground between, a perceived radical like Mike, a statehood advocate like Dewey, and then someone like, former Senator Eddie Duenas, or even Eloy Hara. You know what I mean? And when you talk about these generations, I mean, going back to the walkout to former Governor Berdalio, to B.J. Cruz, to Ron Tehan, to Robert Underwood, to Hope, Auntie Hope, and all these people, it's just been a generational thing where you've seen this torch passed. And now you guys, I mean, Mike and Dewey are a little different from Tristan generationally, but like where you say, Tristan, that your generation seems kind of detached, I disagree, because I think that your generation is like the wokest ever when it comes to decolonization. I mean, just going on Twitter alone, that's the conversation that I see like every day, which is great. I think it's great because a lot of people will say that this next generation, they feel sorry for everybody when they, take the keys to the kingdom. But I like how you guys are engaged, and I think you spoke very eloquently on the subject. 5:30, guys are way out of time. I'm going to get in trouble because I went 10 minutes, but I got you guys with decolonization.
Hey, radical how loqui. Radical how loqui, Chris. Wow.
Ganks.
To the timekeepers.
Hey, so 5:30, and where is it on Facebook?
So it'll be in person at the Guam Museum Theater. You can attend. We're having limited seating because of COVID restrictions, but it will be live streamed on Facebook as well if you're not able to attend. But yeah, so please come down. There'll be a little bit of merienda too for those who can make it. We're going to get some lisadzu food from Chodi.
Thank you.
For those of you who have missed that. For those of you who have missed that over the past year and a half.
Right on. The tuna sandwich is king. I think it's the olives. Okay, Dewey, Maget, thank you. Tristan.
And yes.
All right, Esther. Okay,
Thank you, guys.
right on. It's 10:11. Let's do Cover Me, brought to you by Burger King, where Chicken Fries Friday is coming up. All you got to do is go to Burger King on Friday and just say, Friday, woohoo! Order chicken fries and say, I love, love, love chicken fries, and they're going to give you a free chicken fries. Just like that. Just like, it's so easy. It's also brought to you by Docomo Pacific, and our Cover Me for this morning is by Claude. It's called Tell Me. Guys, remember, tomorrow we're doing our big liberation stream. No matter how you feel about liberation, right? Because we just heard some pretty interesting opinions. No matter how you feel, you can still enjoy the fireworks. Give yourself that at least. There's fireworks. There's a drone show, right? They're also giving away 10 grand and a brand new car as the finale of the Vax and Win giveaway. We've got some performances from my girl Rachel Steves with the Dowls coming up for our Liberation Special. We've got Eric with a C. Borja. Jack Larimer was able to do a performance for us. So it's just going to be a great show with your faves, Sabrina and Jason. Okay, so guys, I know this Liberation is a little bit different. Like, I miss the parade because I get to see you guys. That's what's cool about it, right? But maybe next year. Till then, we'll see you tomorrow on the stream. There's fireworks. There's like fireworks everywhere. There's even fireworks in Molesso. Joe, sir, there's fireworks in Molesso. Next year, Umatic. We're coming, Umatic. All right? So, yeah, there's definitely a lot of options. There's in Tumon, but EPOW is closed, so you're going to have to, I don't know how you guys are going to figure it out. I might just go to Molesso. That just seems like the way to go. Okay, so we're done. My name's Chris. This has been The Link again. I leave you with Cover Me. Thank you. Goodbye.
I don't know. All this fake love ever since I got to where I am today. It's just too much for me to handle, you know what I'm saying? It's just, what if I never got to where I am today? Would these same people still be around me? A lot of people know me as Claude, but don't know me as Claude, you know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, oh yeah. Tell me, would you stick around if I was no one? I won't lie, sometimes I overthink, and it gets the best of me, but I know I'm not the only one. Tell me, would you stick around if I was no one? I won't lie, sometimes I overthink, and it gets the best of me, but I know I'm not the only one. Lately I've been trying to decide if I should keep on going or just put this to the side. Cause I don't even lie, losing my mind, trying to get by, all my demons laughing high like, what's the joke? I don't know. So many people be trying to get in my head, but they never get close. One day who knows, soon I'ma blow, then I'ma know. All the ones that hate it gon' be in the front row. Tell me, would you stick around if I was no one? I won't lie, sometimes I overthink, and it gets the best of me, but I know I'm not the only one. Oh yeah. Tell me, would you stick around if I was no one? I won't lie, sometimes I overthink, and it gets the best of me,